And we're back after some technical difficulties that we have sorted out. Fortunately, nothing happened during the match, so I would say that's a plus.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, in case you guys are not familiar with how this works, I'm just going to break it down for you because some guys were like, oh my god, is the stream going to be gone for the rest of the day?
Yeah.
No. We are going to have feature matches every single round. So every round we're going to have two guys sitting in the feature match area. We're going to talk about what's going on the field, what they're holding in their hands.
Yeah, potential plays.
And half the time Luke is trying to spin a story, what cool play one of the guys is going to be making, and then he's going to have a very simple solution instead.
Yeah, I was trying really hard to make that match seem really interesting.
If he exceeds 3 times, he can go for this card, or he could just play Dark Hole.
Yeah.
So sometimes that's how it goes,
Yeah, it just happens.
Right. After the match, we're going to have a player interview with the winner, if we have time.
Yeah.
If the technical gods are with us, that's another point. And if the player speaks English. Those are 3 things we need.
Yeah.
In this particular case, 2 were against us. You can guess for yourself which 2 those were. All right. That much. That's it for that. In between rounds, we're going to show you stuff that we recorded, of course, yesterday. You've also going to see some older feature matches. There's going to be a notice on the screen, so try to pay a little bit of attention because every time we have this message in the chat, is this the finals? How are they in the finals? It's day 1.
Why are they playing Necros? Why is there 3 Brionax?
Yeah, and somewhere in the corner it says finals, YCS Rimini. So today we're in Prague, not the finals of this year.
Yeah.
This year, this event.
Yep.
All right. Then we got something new. This is the most exciting thing I want to talk about this weekend. We got a second iPad, which is not a big deal for you guys, but on this iPad we got a new app. And on this app, we can show you different things, like standings. So we can just show you, hey, how did this guy do in the first 3 rounds, for example, which is pairings, by the way. We can also show you standings. So like in round 5, hopefully, we can tell you this is the top of the field. These guys need to win this round to lock themselves in for the next round. So this is something new that we can do in between rounds. So there's going to be less pre-recorded content and more live content, which means we have to talk even more. I'm going to ask for a raise at some point. All right. So this was our round 1 match between Valon Letertre, last year's YCS Prague winner, bringing Burning Abyss to the table, and Colin Fisher from the US.
Yeah, he came back with an absolute vengeance.
What do you think are the chances that we're going to see Burning Abyss against Merman again this weekend?
Maybe it's likely. Yeah, but
you think so?
Yeah, but the thing with this field is there's so many different decks. There's like the last thing I want to do is say there's about 5 decks and then only be able to list 4.
Yeah.
But we've got Dracopals, Monarchs, Cosmo, Burning Abyss. We've got the Phantom Knights with Burning Abyss, Phantom Knights by themselves, Monarchs with the Super Quantums.
So even like one deck can be split into different subcategories.
Monarchs, a lot of people say that the best Monarch build is the one with the Super Quantums.
Yeah, very popular strategy for the guys that broke down the metagame breakdown when Necros was very popular. Yeah, it's all different decks.
Yeah,
we got Necros without anything else. We got Necros with, I don't know. Yeah, not this year. All right. We have just been told that the first round has concluded, so the rest of the field are now in the extra time procedure.
Yeah.
So shortly, we should have all the results from round 1 in our system. And then we're going to be back for the feature match of round 2, of course.
Yeah.
Is there anything, anyone in particular you want to see on the stream?
Oh, there's people. I don't want to be too biased, but I always want to see Marcel Barbieri on stream because he loves coming back here and on stream.
Yeah, he's a real character.
Or like Peter's always playing something innovative.
Right. Peter Gross. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, those
lots
are
of different people. Joshua Schmidt.
There are a couple of good options.
Yeah.
If you guys want to see someone in particular on the stream, let us know. We're trying to read the Twitch chat. Sometimes it's not good for our motivation, so sometimes we stay away from it a little bit. But let us know. If you know there's this one guy that is playing like the craziest deck ever, let us know, and we will try to get him on the stream. All right. With that, we're signing off for now. We're taking a short break, and we're going to be back as soon as possible for the feature match of round 2. Yes.
Hello everyone, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage for YCS Prague so far. My name is Matthew Bell, I'm a product manager here at Konami Digital Entertainment Europe. Today I wanted to do a video to talk a bit about the adjusted list which came into effect on the 8th of February. We got a lot of your feedback via our Facebook post. I just wanted to thank you all so much for actually taking the time to write to us. And I can say I did read all those comments, and it kind of inspired us to make a bit of video giving you a bit more information about why we made the decision that we did in the end. I suppose the very first thing to address is the adjusted list saw 6 cards placed into different positions on the Forbidden Unlimited list, and these were done very purposely for the Pepe deck. If we look at some of the events that we had, which led up to the decision, on the day of release for the set Breakers of Shadow, YCS Sydney took place, and 53% of the Day 2 decks were actually this new Pepe deck. That's a lot, considering the set literally just came out, so the players didn't really have a lot of time for the availability, and we still saw 53% of them making Day 2. When we look at the top 32 from that tournament, 60% of those were the Pepe deck. That was you know, we knew it was going to be the best deck in the format. We had our suspicions. We didn't know by how much of a margin compared to the other top decks this one would be the strongest. As it turns out, it was a lot. If we look at YCS Atlanta, 29 of the top 32 decks were this new Performer Pal Pendulum deck. And that's just crazy from what we see. When we actually consider what's happened, because YCS Atlanta was played after the adjusted list was announced, but before it came into effect. And 29 was this one deck. We were essentially looking at the only deck that was going to be competitive at this time was the Performer Pal Pendulum deck. And that's not really what our goal is when we try and create formats for you guys. We want to make sure there's a bit of variety and chance for you to play with a couple of different decks. While there may be a best deck in the format, we want you to have a bit of a chance to at least ask the question, is it really? Which in this particular case was just not happening. So we knew that this would have a really big impact on the game, even down to the local level, which is why we decided to go with an adjusted list rather than a full Forbidden Unlimited list update, because we wanted to give stores a chance to you know, talk to their local communities and figure out how you guys want to enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And do what's best for you guys, which is why the adjusted list is only enforced for our higher level events like the YCS Championship Series you're playing in Prague right now, you know, regionals, and we're looking at UDS as well. But yeah, talk to your stores. If you want to play with just a standard Forbidden Unlimited list, by all means, ask them. And just we wanted to give the chance for you again for stores to have the opportunity to really decide what's best for their local community. So some of the other things that went into the decision that ended up with the adjusted list was what's not generally known but happens all the time. So we have a transitional period between which decks are the considered the top deck, and we have this big debate going on at the time, and this is where we see all the different decks facing off in the higher levels of tournament play. So like you can see, just before the release of Bosch, we had the Magician's deck there, we had Cosmo, we had a couple of other decks that were sort of in there, like Heroes were starting to appear again. And what happened after Bosch came out was that it immediately, Perform Pal Pendulum deck become the undisputed best deck in the format. And there was no sort of transitional period where people moved from these other decks slowly over while people were asking the question, what's the best deck? This just absolutely came in, and all the other decks started to disappear completely from higher level competitive play. Something to note is that we didn't even place any restrictions on the Cosmo deck, which was one of the top decks, or some of the other higher level decks, and they still just completely vanished as soon as Pepe appeared on the scene. If we look at what the results from YCS Sydney, we have this deck, the Pepe deck, which was capable of summoning Cyber Dragon Infinity and backing up with 2 to 3 counter traps in its first turn, and this wasn't even the best version of the deck. And you can imagine sitting across from that as just about any other deck. It was extremely difficult. That's the turn 1 play, and you were doing it so consistently. The Pepe deck was by far the most consistent deck in the entire format. Going forward, I do want to emphasise that the adjusted list was for a very exceptional circumstance, and it's not something we considered lightly or are intending to use as a regular balance measure for the competitive side of Yu-Gi-Oh! We honestly still believe the Pepe deck will evolve and continue to be part of the discussion about what's the best deck in the format on the run-up to the Continental Championships in all TCG territories. Even with these restrictions, I understand quite a few of you expressed concerns that the deck was completely unplayable. I believe we're actually going to see that deck comes back up, and we're going to have quite a varied discussion when we come around to Continentals. So I hope that gives you a little bit more information into the insight which led to the decision for the adjusted list. And for those of you that are supporting our stream, thank you very much. I hope you can continue to enjoy the coverage for YCS Prague.
Valence on the right-hand side and Sona on the left-hand side. And with that, we're good to go. Sona is kicking things off with a Manju of the 10,000 hands. He's got a second copy in his hand. One of the most important cards in the deck, in the Necros deck, allowing him to search for whatever he desires.
And here he goes, searching away, and there's the Bryonic, which he is immediately putting straight into the graveyard to search again.
Yeah. And Sona usually does not like to play in the feature match. He doesn't like the extra pressure. He doesn't like that his temper, not exactly the temper, but his concentration is not as well as it is when he's playing over there in the main event area rather than in here.
Now there is a cycle using a shirt.
Also, in case where he might actually pass with a field rather than passing without a field, which is the usual move when you don't want to risk a Trishula from your opponent. Reason for that is he is aware of what his opponent Valence is playing. Well, because we had him yesterday on the stream, which is one reason. And the other reason, most of these guys in the top 32, whenever they are done with their matches, they stand up and take a quick look around. All right. So Sona
Okay,
is...
so he's got a Valkyros out there. And the Manju.
Yep.
He's fetched Bryonic with shirt.
And there is the cut. Because Sona is about, probably about to pass play, or is he going to... Would you be activating Valkyros? I think definitely, right? Just to get rid of Manu.
Yeah, then he can get himself at least to get rid of Manu and put some more cards into his hand. But it's a very nice big play to start off with.
Yeah, good start for Sona, definitely. Getting some cards in his graveyard. And let's take a look at the hand of Valence, who has a Sir, a Libich, a Fire Lake of the Burning Abyss, Torguide, and the Mind Crush.
He actually has a very, very good hand.
Yeah, much, much better than what we saw yesterday when he was left with quite a few hands that weren't that amazing. And I think yesterday another big factor was the fact that they had been playing for like 8 hours.
Yeah.
Or even longer. And his concentration wasn't really up on par because we saw one or two questionable plays in that round 7 feature match, which you can check out, by the way, if you go to the past broadcast section on Twitch. All right, let's go back to Sona, who did indeed tribute both of his monsters on the field to draw 2 more cards, and those are the Dance Princess and the Necros of Unicorn.
Now that clears his hand, allowing him to use his Necros ritual card to summon, to bring another ritual card to hand. He brings the Kaleidoscope and brings out the Unicorn. And now he can search for another ritual card. It just can either be a spell or a monster.
Yeah, and this time Sona is going up on cards in his hand. This is one of the moves that can net you a little bit of an advantage, put you a little bit ahead. And every inch counts in these matches. When you're at this stage in the tournament where only a few are surviving and they need to play at the top of their game.
Now, here we are. Sona has played this perfectly, shut down any sort of extra deck plays that will come from Valence. And as we know, Burning Abyss love to use extra deck cards.
Yeah, Dante is a thing.
Dante is a thing.
Although yesterday, interestingly enough, Valence was playing Dante, and then he was able to bring out another rank 3 Exceed monster.
He was playing Mechquip Engineer, I believe.
Yes, and we weren't quite certain if that was the right choice in that situation. But today is a different story. It's a new day, new chance for Valence. And let's see what he's going to be able to do here. So Sona with the Necros of Unicorn on the field. Let's bring that guy up for you. It's the level 4 monster of the Necros archetype. Or level 4 ritual monster.
And as it says, the last line on there is really what matters when it's on the field. Which is negate the effect face-up monsters on the field that were special summoned from the extra deck.
Yes. Also, this card was a little bit deciding or the reason for some controversy earlier today when we had Sepp Dang in our round 9 feature match going up with Shadow against Themis Gützis from Greece. And with 3 level 4 monsters on the field, Themis went for the wrong two to put together a Gagaga Cowboy. Shoot for game, but it wasn't shooting for game because Unicorn was still on the field. But Sepp had conceded anyway. He was aware that even with that mess up, there was nothing that he could do. All right. Let's take a look at Valen's hand here. He starts, not surprisingly, with the tour guide. And the graph.
Yes, and here he can overlay. It is up to him.
And let's take another look at Sona's hand. He's got nothing to respond. He's going to be forced to watch his opponent unleash the combos of the Burning Abyss.
Now, because it's a cost to send the cards to the graveyard, he can still do that. Now, Graph is going to activate. Unfortunately, he didn't hit anything with that effect there.
He hit a second graph, but that's not going to help him. And is Dante the right choice here?
To start, if you really want to start getting off your...
You want to mill cards to the graveyard?
Yeah, to get those in the graveyard, to get your graveyard effects going, yeah, that's what you kind of want to do. Plus, it's got a big defense. It's not... And Unicorn isn't exactly like a construct. You can't just... I believe he's going for a second one there as well. That's actually a really great idea, what he's going for, because he does have a Fire Lake in hand.
Right. So these Dantes, they don't get any extra attack because of the effect of Necros of Unicorn.
But they have quite a big defense anyway.
Yes.
And that's a Scarm going to the graveyard as well. Ooh, Vanity's Emptiness being hit for a mill for 1 there. And dropping 2 cards face down, which is the Mind Crush and the Fire Lake.
What do you think about an Acid Golem, number 30 Acid Golem in this situation when the Necros of Unicorn is on the field?
It means that it can attack, but as soon as you destroy the Necros of Unicorn, you can no longer special summon.
So it's a double-edged sword, really.
Yeah, it's a big monster, but it has so many drawbacks. I mean, you have to remove one of its materials each turn. When it has no materials, it can't attack, and you take 2,000 damage a turn.
Yeah, because sometimes that seemed like a good play when there's an Necros of Unicorn on the field, but not so much in this situation.
Now, unfortunately, he now can't target any card on the field. So here's exactly what you were saying earlier about Dance Princess being useful in very specific situations.
Yes.
And when you're staring down a Fire Lake, that's
this is one of those situations.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Let's take a look at Sona's hand here.
Okay, so he's getting rid of all those and targeting the Dance Princess.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. The Dance Princess is forcing the activation of the Fire Lake of the Burning Abyss here. Or could he just wait for the Ritual Monster to hit play?
He could have waited until it hit play and then activated it. But what he's going to see here, unfortunately, looking at Sona's hand, is a Raigeki destroying anything that he's going to summon. Okay, so Dante's effect. Brings back Seer and the Fire Lake.
Yeah, and the fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. Was it a Seer or was it a Scam?
It was a Seer.
All right.
Seer was underneath one of the Dantes.
Okay, Sona checking his graveyard. And with the Necros Mirror in hand and the Chin also very, very good against Burning Abyss.
Yes.
If you can get...
He will stop any special summons.
Yeah, with the Manchu of the 10,000 hands, he usually has a way to find a monster that he can then summon and put under the condition of the Chin.
Now, currently, in Valence's hand, well, in his deck, sorry, he has not very much that can deal with that. He has a Phoenix Wind Blast. He has 3 of those, which will work perfectly for him.
There's a Trishula for Sona, searching for that card. The boss monster, so to speak, of the Necros archetype.
Now, I think he's going to wait until the card is actually activated. The ritual monster, sorry, the ritual card to be able to summon that monster before Mind Crush is going to be activated. So, yeah, there it is. And that's going to be declaring the Trishula.
Yeah. Very, very good counter from Valence to get rid of Trishula and deny his opponent the ritual summon. And he also gets a quick glimpse at Sona's hand. I think he doesn't when he is actually discarding something. So no additional advantage.
Yes, he will be looking at his hand.
Oh, just briefly, right?
Yeah, he gets to look at his hand to make sure that there is no other card in the hand that is the same. Yep. Thinking about attacking with Unicorn, but realizing he can't, just passes.
All right, and back to Valence, who is sitting in a pretty good position, really.
Yes, he's in a very good position right now.
And this time going with the tour guide first to thin out the deck and then playing the Upstart Goblin. That is, in this situation, definitely the right line of plays.
Yep, basically the reason why people like to use search effects before they use the Upstart Goblin is just in case they end up drawing into the card that they were trying to get. Because then they'll get 2 cards, another one that may definitely help.
Yeah, and there's the graph. Together with tour guide. That could be... That means possibly the 3rd Dante in this game and also the last Dante for the time being.
It is very possible. He does have a Fire Lake of the Burning Abyss there. Yep, there it is. And dropping 3. And hitting a Seer.
That's
and
also
a Graph effect.
Very good news. So Graph gets to special summon something and Seer also gets to special summon something. This is going just the way that Valence needs it to go.
Yes, it is. Now, he has then used Seer's effect this turn, so he cannot special summon the Seer that's in his hand, but he does have a Skarm and a Libic, which he can. In fact, there we go. It's just special summoned a Skarm from the graveyard, I believe.
Yes.
And now Graph is going to get his effect special summoning from the deck.
Graph getting to work. The interesting thing is, Valence is definitely undefeated for like 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row now, because he was on the bubble in our feature match yesterday evening. And so he wasn't allowed to drop any more matches. He won all of his matches today. And now the top 32, top 16, and top 8 match. So actually 7 matches in a row that he's undefeated. So quite the streak, really.
Yeah, he's doing extremely well. Especially because, well, he is the last Burning Abyss deck in contention.
Yes.
Okay, he summoned a Seer with Seer's effect. No, sorry, with Graph's effect.
All right, such an impressive field. Now the Upstart Goblin, at the very end of all those searches and special summons, making sure that he finds a life card, a card that can really help him in this situation. It's a mask change too, and I would say that is a life card.
Yes.
Which you could vote on, in fact, on our little poll on the written coverage where we asked you what's your favorite card in that particular set.
In the Hero Strike structure deck there. Now, he's going to attack over.
That is the Acid Golem now.
Yes, the Acid Golem has come out.
So, for the time being, no drawback for the Acid Golem.
But unfortunately, with this attack over Unicorn, there will be. Dante only actually doing 2,000 damage to the life points as well.
Yes,
So
and much more important, they switch to defense position at the end of the battle phase.
that is correct. Now, it's just checking there whether that's correct. and then they both turn to defense position. Now, in main phase 2, it is usually a good idea at this point. Oh, wait, no, he can't special summon anymore, so he won't actually be able to overlay the downward magicians.
Right. So Valens put himself in a slightly tougher spot there with the Acid Golem.
Correct. Now, as I'm sure...
Then he can get rid of it with the Fire Lake, though, if
He can.
really needs to. And with 3 Malebranche of the Burning Abyss in hand, he can go for yet more special summons in the turns to come. So that is his field. Face down Mask Change 2, Fire Lake of the Burning Abyss, and play is back. After that quick search for Skarm, play is going to be back to Sona. He did have a Skarm, right?
Yes, he did.
He's just
Oh, no, he special summoned the Skull. He didn't actually detach it, as far as I'm aware.
I think no, he brought back Skarm with Cirrus effect.
Yes, it's underneath the Acid Golem,
Ah, right. But he
I believe. Oh, that could be Livik. It's hard to tell.
okay. So there's the Mask Change 2 in case you're not familiar with the card, allowing you also actually not that useful in this situation because none of his monsters have a level.
Okay, so banishing the 2 there. To get a ritual card. Now, unfortunately, Mass Change 2 cannot be activated.
Yes. But Sona still got some... The Raigeki is actually not a bad card in this situation.
It is and it isn't.
You know, it's denying the opponent the Fire Lake of the Burning Abyss, but then again the Dantes are going to trigger.
That's correct, the Dantes and the Seer.
And yeah, so just a split second later, the Burning Abyss player will have a field again.
And it can also have a Dark Claw at that point as well.
So this might be very bad news for Sona, but he should be aware of that this could happen. He found the Necros Mirror. And so far, much improved game from Valence Letertre
Yes.
compared to yesterday. So he really, I guess maybe he watched his game again or made sure that he was sleeping well tonight. So he's coming at the top of his game, very focused. And you can tell this is a different person than who we had yesterday in our round 7 feature match.
Now, something he could definitely go for here. No, he did go for, I believe that's Unicorn?
That's
Or is-
Unicorn, yes.
Yeah.
Necros vom Einhorn, the German version.
Okay, he's discarding it. And he's getting Trishula back.
And Sona ditched the feature match for a very long time. Now he's a little bit nervous sitting there, but so far, it's not like he hasn't been going up against some of the all-time greats in this tournament.
Now, he is going to
Necros of Unicorn.
could then overlay. It is up to himself. He does have the Necros Mirror and the Gin Releaser of Rituals.
Right. And Sona still gets a search, right?
He should do.
Oh, it's Valence priority, basically. He's thinking whether to respond to that, I think.
Yeah, it does have options.
There is the Fire Lake. And 2 Dantes bite the dust. Interestingly enough, he doesn't target his own Acid Golem as far as I can tell.
The Acid Golem is currently negated.
At the moment, because of the Unicorn.
Yeah.
But the Fire Lake is going to destroy the Unicorn, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, he's still going to be able to drop the Seer from it at one point. I'm not sure if he... Because is he running... No, he's just running Dark Claw. He's not running any others. I mean, he would be able to use Mass Change 2 on it anyway. Very interesting.
So, yes, he activates the Fire Lake. Sona is losing his field. Acid Golem is hanging around. Valens doesn't want to get rid of it just yet. With 3000 attack, it is a very formidable contender, allowing him to
Bring back.
stop anything that Sona is going to throw in his way. Although, keep in mind, Sona still has Raigeki, a card that came back from the Forbidden list after 7 years.
Yes, it was in the first
Yeah.
set printed in.
First original 9 or 10 cards that have been forbidden. And now, after all those years, Raigeki is back. 2004 was the first limited forbidden and limited list in Europe.
Now, interestingly, yeah, he has kept a bit of a field there, which isn't necessarily a good thing when he knows that his opponent has a Trishula.
Yeah, did he bring back anything with Dante that just immediately got destroyed because of the Acid Golem? Or did he just not at all bring anything back?
Dante actually just brings back to hand.
To hand, so...
Yep, so he's a Fire Lake, a Burning Abyss, and I believe a Graph as well.
Let's take a look at his hand. There we go. Fire Lake and the Graph, yes. So he returned those to hand.
And there's a Necros, a Gungnir.
Necros Gungur. That's what some people would say. Sona's favorite card. And now he should be aware that Valens is most likely not going to have anything in the back row to stop him. There's still a chance of Raigeki break or Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, generally speaking. But I think that Sona he knows that he now has to go big and make a big play to change things a little bit and get the upper hand on the table. All right, so there's a Necros Mirror. What is he going to go for?
He has some options. I guess, well, sure, it's going to go. It's going to be used for the entirety of it. And I believe he still... No, he didn't actually... Okay, he did it with the Jin.
With the Jin, and now he's going to special summon the Necros of Trishula.
Which will be able to banish Acid Golem of Destruction.
Not just that, it's also getting the effect from the Jin, preventing Valens to special summon any monsters. And since Sona had... It's in a way, it's a little bit of a risky move, isn't it? With no backup. If there would be something like a Raigeki break, I mean, he would have to activate it in response, Valens. But still, Sona would lose his field.
Definitely. I mean, he can't even activate the Mass Change 2 in response because Acid Golem's Destruction is stopping him doing that.
Yeah, and apart from that, he doesn't have a level.
And this is true.
So, Trishula hitting play, and it's gonna give Valens quite a few problems.
We're just waiting for...
We heard Alpay Engin in the post-game interview after the last match in the top 8, and he said, it's just a matter of time until I bring out Trishula and then the game is over. This is his whole game plan against Cleaford.
He has just put the Jin back into hand.
Is there a reason why he cannot use the Jin for that?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at the text.
Of the Jin?
Not of the Jin, of the mirror.
Of the mirror.
No, we don't actually have that there.
Yeah, the mirror is no longer on the field, so we don't have it here. But we have another file, so let's make sure. The mirror allows you tribute monster from your hand or field and or banish Necros monsters from your graveyard.
So there's no reason why not. Okay. Seer went to the graveyard, so Graph is being special summoned. Now Darklaw is available.
Yeah, suddenly he's got an option.
Fortunately, it's not an option that's going to last for very long because there is a Raigeki right there in the hand. Mass change 2.
Yes, that will get him the law. He is the law, the Dark Law.
I believe that's the Livic that he's dropping there.
Yes. And there we have him. The masked hero, Dark Law.
Okay, so Necros Cycle using the Djinn there. And it is now summoning Claus Solus, I believe. I believe that was in there early enough. Ooh, but just checking, and he did banish it.
Masked hero so good against the Necros archetype. So
It is but not in this situation, because there isn't actually a search going off.
yeah. Also, so the Djinn was not used for the ritual summon,
No, it does not seem to be that way.
because otherwise there would not be special summons, right?
That's correct.
Also, our app is a little bit confused here, with the Djinn being shown as a card in Sona's hand.
Okay.
Well, maybe it is still in his hand.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like he has a legal target to be able to use it currently. They've just had a little bit of a confusion over it. Trying to figure out what it is that he can do.
So yes, there is a small discussion, short discussion at the table with our table judge and the head judge.
He has actually just put his hand onto the table as well, showing his opponent his hand. Now, I wonder if he's had an issue, hasn't just realised that he's just put his hand face up.
Well, I'm pretty certain he didn't do that by accident. So there must be a good reason for that. And Sona is explaining, I think he was explaining to the judge what he was thinking he was doing, and there might be a misunderstanding between what the judge thought was happening and what Sona announced was happening.
Okay. He's just actually speaking to the head judge there.
Yeah. So our table judge, or one of our table judges, in fact we doubled the numbers, is now talking to the head judge, and Sona revealing his hand that you can see on the top or on the right hand side if you're not familiar with the artworks. Gungnir, Necrocycle, Djinn Release of Rituals, and Raigeki.
Now, I do believe that they may have actually gone to go and fetch.
Yeah, both players are now waiting for the ruling from a judge. The interesting thing in a way is that they're both biding their time, so there must have either been an appeal or a rules question or something.
It does look like there's an appeals question there.
And still, surprising that Sona goes for, this is my hand. He just puts it on the field. Maybe he's trying to tell Valens, it doesn't matter what you do, I'm going to do this and this and this. This is usually why you drop your hand.
Generally, yeah.
All right, so misunderstanding here. Maybe also something that has to do with the different languages that these guys are speaking. Sona able to speak German, English, and Turkish, and Valens definitely French. His English is fair, I think.
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
Regarding our game, we have just received news, let's go back to the table, that the judge had made a ruling, and it is a game loss for an illegal activation.
Right.
So there is a very good chance that something like that has happened before for Sona, because very often that's just a warning. But the judge then has to upgrade the penalty if it happens repeatedly, or if it's a very severe case or something.
Of course.
Yeah, but just to clarify, because I know some of you guys might get that right and jump to conclusions, it is not cheating. It was just an illegal activation of a card that Sona was not allowed to.
It's a mistake.
Yes, and this is why he's going to get penalized for that, and the penalty in question is going to be a game loss.
So they are going to move swiftly to game 2.
Yes, the players are allowed to side deck, of course,
Yep.
because that's just like the normal finish of a game, like if one player wins. And with that, let's take you back to the table where these guys are still shuffling up and now exchanging cards between the main and the side deck. And there you can see the judge writing down the penalty, and volunteers in the back also going over what was happening again and exchanging some pleasantries, how to best operate the app that gets you the cards that we can see on the right-hand side. So yes, a little bit of confusion. Fortunately, we do have a video camera on the field, so both our head judge as well as the table judge could take another look at that situation, what was happening there, and that is how they indicated that the correct penalty in this situation was a game loss.
Now, this actually puts Valens in a fantastic position because he has basically won game 1. Now, he is going to be looking at his side deck and thinking, what can I do right now, right here, to be able to take the entire match just with one game?
All right. Is there anything in particular that you think could make the difference?
Now, currently, we know from before that his side deck isn't fantastically geared towards it. He does have a mistake in his side deck, Max C, Effect Veiler, and the rest is more geared towards beating Clifford mostly. Twisters, Mystical Space Typhoon, Fairy Winds. Torrential Tribute would be a great option to be playing against Necros, and a Mirror Force.
Right.
Just because nobody ever expects a Mirror Force.
What about Sona?
Now, Sona has his Denko Sekka ready and waiting to be able to stop any sort of floodgates and stop any sort of anything that's going to stop him playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, Twister itself is ready and waiting for Vanity's Emptiness or anything else that's going to stop him, again, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! He runs Vanity's Emptiness himself. Now, it's kind of a double-edged sword, but not always terrible, because especially against Burning Abyss, because Burning Abyss want to special summon. If they can't special summon, then they can't do anything. Now, Sona actually only runs 2 Ice Hand and 2 Fire Hand in equal amounts. Most people play 3 Ice Hand and 2 Fire Hand.
Yeah.
That's because eventually against the Clifford matchup, you don't really have any use for a Fire Hand. It does not special summon another monster, it just destroys. Royal Decree is a fantastic card to be putting into Necros because you don't play trap cards. Mystical Space Typhoon, just a bit more removal. He's already running 2. We generally advise people, main 3 because your game 1's still important to you. Mystic Walk.
We were talking about that initially. It is a card that shines when this game goes to time, and this has happened before in both the top 16 and the top 8 matches.
I believe most games that we've had with Necros have gone to time.
Yeah.
And with everything that they've got a Valkyrus to just basically make sure that attacks aren't going through, and then just to increase their own life points just enough to be able to get through that if they can't get out a Unicorn to negate any Gargaga Cowboys that may attempt to come and just bring those life points a little bit lower.
And Sona Gunga in a very, very tough spot now, having lost the first game to his own mistake, to an illegal activation. Game loss, not just warning. And, Valence Leturtre also might be a little bit fussed after that.
Yeah.
That's not how you want to win, generally speaking.
Hey, neither player looks very happy.
Yeah, although Valence is Sona's on the receiving end here, while Valence was he's at least getting the victory from the first game. All right. And now we're ready for the second game. It's very important to focus again, to not be too upset about what happened in the first game for Sona. And he's had to deal with defeats before, so I don't think he's going to be...
He's had to deal with something like this before, but it's still shaking him a little bit. You can see that on his face.
Yeah.
And then his confidence is going to be a little bit more hurt, and it's all going towards Valens to really kind of take advantage of the situation.
All right. So here we have the hands for the second game.
Now, the 2 preparation of rights. Necros of Brionic, Necros of Valkyrus, Manju of the 10,000 Hands. There's is in the hand there. Valens has his mistake. He has Mind Crush, Scarm, Graph, and Mathematician. Mathematician has just hit the field, and it's going to be searching and sending to the graveyard, and that's a Scarm, ready to set up for his next turn.
Right, there is the Mathematician. Let's bring that guy up. You see that quite often in Burning Abyss, but not in any of the other decks, really.
The only other deck that really like to do it was Shadow. Mostly because it's an Earth monster you can use for Shekhanaga, and also you're dropping some effects into the graveyard. And of course, when it's destroyed by battle, you're drawing a card, which is always a plus.
Yeah. So 2 face-down cards, the Mind Crush and the Mistake. And the Mind Crush is crucial because it is the answer to Trishula. Sona's hand, 2 copies of Preparation of Rites. Very important, very strong card.
And he's just drawn into the Shuret.
With a Manju and a Brainak, he's got a lot of options.
Now, fortunately, there is a mistake there. It's going to stop him from adding any cards from his deck to his hand.
Yes. So, very good hand for Valens.
Which actually closes off his entire hand. He cannot do anything under a mistake. So Brionic happens, and there is the change mistake. There is nothing that he can do now. His hand is completely useless. None of his cards can be activated.
Let's bring up Mistake for you guys. So Sona is now forced to drawing cards, and after he has just taken that game loss in the first game, this is definitely not the situation he wants to be in. He is in a world of trouble.
Especially because none of the monsters in his hand actually have enough attack to be able to get over Mathematician. And sure, it does have a rather small defense, though, so he has got that going for him there. But Tour Guide from the Underworld is now going to hit play.
Yes, and
generally the search that he's going to get is Graph, although he does have one in his hand. He could be going for a Seer.
yeah, with that Scarm in the graveyard. And Valens also has a Mathematician in hand. And with Sona not having a MST or a Twister or something to stop the mistake, he is in a very, very tough
He is
spot.
in a lot of trouble.
So many good cards. Preparation of Rites. Normally you rejoice when you draw into that card in that deck. Here, in that particular situation, not so much. It reminds me a lot of the European Championship where Chris Bunter-Lidis won against Michael Gruner's Dragon Rulers with one card that shut down everything that the Dragon Rulers had going for them. Yeah, it was also a continuous trap card, I don't remember.
Imperial Iron Wall? Can't banish cards, cannot summon
I
them.
think it was Imperial
Yeah.
Iron Wall. And that one card, he flipped it on his second turn or on Michel's first turn, and the game was over.
And there's a Mathematician and a Tour Guide up there. And, oh, the Graph hits the graveyard.
And that's a
That is a Farfa.
Farfa, yeah.
When Farfa is sent to the graveyard, it can banish a monster on the field until the end phase. So there's the attack. And sure, it is definitely going to the graveyard at this point.
Wow, and such a commanding position for Valens Liturgia. I mean, if this is what happens in his games, you are not wondering how he's taking out those Necros
No.
players. That mistake is such a crucial card. And 2 attacks connecting. Sona Günger falling down to, what is it, roughly 5,000 life points, I would say. It's 1,000 he takes and 1,600, so he's in 5-4.
And there's the Mech-equipped Engineer.
Yes, the mech-equipped Engineer that we were talking about yesterday, where we weren't quite sure if it was the best play. Very different situation now. Sona draws, and this is the card that needs to make the difference.
I believe it's a Vanity's Emptiness. It is a great card, but unfortunately right now not helping him.
Not in that situation at all. So he now has a Manchu of the 10,000 hands.
He does have a Valkyrus in hand.
Yeah, and the Valkyros can
It's going to stop an attack.
buy him another turn, but
And there's another Tour Guide.
that's all it does.
And there we go. It's just hitting the field and then Vanity. Ooh, hello. He's not actually...
So Sona is saving the Vanity's Emptiness because this turn he's going to stop his opponent's
Exy summon.
He's got to stop his opponent from doing any damage anyway.
Yep, but you could also stop the exit summon there. He really doesn't want to have the entire field flooded, unless he's just waiting for a Raigeki.
Yeah, but at the same time, so if Sona would activate the Vanity's Emptiness at this point in time, he would lock himself out of the game.
This is also true.
So he needs to wait for one more turn with the Valkyrus, buy himself some time. Now Valens can go crazy for the 4th time in this match, overlaying
Oh, into Alucard and then just destroying.
the Vanity's Emptiness. That hurts Sona so much. Yesterday we weren't quite sure whether Valens was bringing out the correct Exceed monsters. Today there is no question about it.
Exactly. We can see why he's been doing it now. I mean, at the point that he was bringing them out, he didn't seem to have anywhere to go from it. Now, what has Sona drawn?
Yeah. This is his destiny draw. Sona Gunga needs something right now. He's got 2 preparation of rights, a Manju of the 10,000 hands, and the card he
It's a
drew
Dance Princess.
is a Dance Princess. What is the Dance Princess going to do here?
Not much. Okay, it doesn't have...
Valens takes a close look at Sona's graveyard with the Mind Crush in his back row, being able to activate it, but Dance Princess...
Dance Princess doesn't actually search it. It just has a 1600 attack. It's just a 1600... Oh, unless he's bluffing a decisive armor.
Yeah, but what does he gain by bluffing the decisive armor?
Not much. Again.
So he just passes play with the Dance Princess. Yeah, that is the bluff of the decisive
And
armor.
he's just banished that. And I do believe that's
Banish it,
that's
and
game.
That is... There's
Mind
a
Crush
Mind
to
Crush
see his hand.
for the
yeah.
Valkyrus. Yeah, he names Valkyrus for the Mind Crush, I would presume. So even if Sona would have a second copy, nothing he could do here. And Valens Liturgia taking Burning Abyss to the finals.
Valens just getting everything that he needed. And that mistake on the first turn was exactly when he definitely needed it.
Was that the Secret Forces? Yes, because that Prague was when Necro's first one. Yeah.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Prague 2016, the second YCS in Prague that just doubled the numbers from last year, or
Yep.
almost.
Almost.
We went from 600 to almost 1,000 players this year.
Yep.
That's quite something. We have a couple of other stories, like the adjusted list that just came into effect 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it's the first event in this new list, with this new format,
Yeah.
and it shook up the meta game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we had a single deck that was absolutely dominating, being the Pepe deck, and
Right.
it was there was no discussion as to what the best deck was. It was absolutely we saw YCS Atlanta. There was 29 out of 32 players in the
Right.
top 32 playing the Pepe deck, and yeah, that's gone now.
Right. Right from the start,
Right from the
super
start, yeah.
dominant. Yeah. You guys might have seen the short piece that we had with Matt from the Konami offices in between round 1 and round 2. If you didn't catch it, no problem. We're going to show it later at some point. And of
Yeah.
course, as everything else, it's going to be on YouTube. I think later today, maybe already. So you can also check it out there, where Matt is going in depth
Yeah, quite a lot of
on about the
in-depth.
meta game, why they made this decision.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to him, and he said that he felt quite strongly about being able to do
Yeah.
this and letting people know.
It's a very
kind of-
transparent way of communicating.
Yeah.
This is why we did this decision.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. In our first round, we saw last year's champion Valon Letertre from France going up against a player from the US coming over to Europe to play in this first ever YCS. That's quite cool. With the former champion coming out on top with Burning Abyss.
Yeah.
And this round, we're going to see something. It's basically like last round where Mermail was coming back. This round, we're going to have one of the older decks coming back, and it's the Monarchs.
Yeah.
I love this, that one of the oldest decks
Yeah.
in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Absolutely.
history is coming back.
I don't want to say I don't want to throw the fact out that it's like one of the oldest like archetypes, but
Yeah.
it absolutely
Sander
close.
Laugesen is playing the Monarchs. He's from Denmark, and funnily enough, he's going up against his friend Daniel Benson, and they are playing in the same locals, in fact, which is quite something. Also from Denmark, so of course he is playing Cosmo. Now, guys, we got something new that I really wanted to show you. Let's bring that up on the screen for you. That is our new tool on this second iPad. And you can tell these numbers are not exactly correct, but these are the decks we already entered in this new app that we're having. So this way we can not only show you the overall metagame of the event, but also we can show you what the metagame looks like in every single round. So these are all the players we have been entering for the first round. And if we compare it to round 2, you're going to imagine there's not going to be that much of a difference. But you can see slight changes. Draco Performer Pal, only 59 all of a sudden. Maybe one of the guys playing this deck dropped after the first round.
Yeah.
This is going to be a lot more interesting later today when we can show you for every single round in hindsight how the numbers are changing. And the same thing can be said for the country breakdown. So this is going to be my favorite tool for the weekend. I'm going to use this a lot.
Yeah.
We're also going to use it in between rounds to fill some of the gaps. So you have to watch less replays of past feature matches, and you can listen to us and look at the statistics a little bit more. Now, for these two guys that we're having in our feature match this round, we can actually look up who they have been playing against. So let's see. We got that on the screen. This is the current round, of course, and this is the first round of Daniel Benson, where he went up against Andrew Ward. So he won his first round 2-1. You cannot see that on the screen, but I can tell you that. And later today we will have all the decks in the app, so we can tell you exactly. In the first round he went up against this and this guy, and he won. Second round he went up against this and this guy, and he lost, and so on. So this is going to be quite cool. Let's just quickly check if we know the opponent of Mr. Laugesen in the first round. Just give me a second. And who do you think is going to be the favorite going into this match, Luke?
So it's a matchup that a lot of people say are just is like one of the decks is going to win, but it's entirely possible that if Monarchs get a really good hand, then they are able to beat Cosmo. But sometimes the Monarch deck does what people say brick. It doesn't quite get the right cards and can't really make any plays.
Right.
So I don't want to go out and say that Monarchs are going to win super easy, but they've got a good matchup in this matchup.
All right. I hope you guys are excited for the match. Let's take you to them, to Daniel Benson and Sander Laugesen on our feature match table for round 2. You can see Daniel Benson on the left. Now the other iPad is coming into play. So much technology, this thing. And Sander on the right. And here we can see the starting hand of Sander.
So he opens up straight away with Cosmo Farm Girl. So that's not one of the new Cosmo cards.
Right, so Daniel is going first. With 2 set cards, Call of the Haunted, Anti-Spell, Fragrance.
So I think this is in his end phase here. He's going to get out the card which we talked a lot about yesterday in the deck profile we did. So he's used the Farm Girl's effect to summon out Dark Destroyer. Dark Destroyer allows you to destroy a monster when it comes out on the field. And then he can go get Tin Can. Now, Tin Can in the end phase has got very important effect. It allows you to go get 3 different Cosmo monsters from your deck. Sorry, not just monsters, just Cosmo cards from your deck, so you can get Cosmo Town as well. And then you roll a dice to see which one randomly gets added to the hand, and the others go to the graveyard, which is, as you can see, there's a Call of the Haunted there as well. So if you send other ships down to the graveyard, then you can get them straight back.
Right.
With Call of the Haunted.
You really don't mind that you don't know exactly which card is going to be added to your hand, because at the end of the day, it's card advantage.
Yeah, it's still good that you're getting cards. And, you know, even if you might not get the exact card you want, then you've still got Call of the Haunted to get that exact card you want from the graveyard. Something very interesting as well is that he's main decking Anti-Spell Fragrance. I don't want to say that it's, you know, it's a completely strange thing to do, because there's a lot of decks out there that play a lot of spell cards right now, especially obviously the way the pendulums work. You're not allowed to set them, so as soon as you play Anti-Spell Fragrance, you just can't play pendulum cards. And it's actually quite good against Monarchs because of the amount of spell cards they play and how reliant they are on the consistency factor because of those spell cards. So, yeah, straight away we see Anti-Spell Fragrance straight up.
Yeah, Sunder's entering his turn right away. Anti-Spell Fragrance in play.
Yeah. So I don't know which card Daniel got added to his hand, but I'm sure we'll see
that later.
Soon.
Yeah, it's going to be updated soon.
So I think that is Super Quantum Red Layer.
Yeah, let's bring that card up for you guys.
This is a brand new card. It's like a Cyber Dragon-like effect.
Doesn't look like it. It doesn't really match.
I think it's just really shiny.
It's just really shiny. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. I thought it was just being super shiny.
Somebody adjust the light, please.
Yeah. So it's got a one of the effects is that it's like a Cyber Dragon-like effect, and I think the other effect's only relevant when you're playing other Super Quantum, which we only see him playing red layers. So I think he might just be using it for the Cyber Dragon-like effect, because all the other effects aren't really relevant if you don't have other Super Quantums.
Right.
Okay, so he must have had a Dark Destroyer off of the Tin Can, so he's going to use that straight away and hit Eidos there. So, you know, I think he already must have known that was going to happen.
Right.
So
here's the Call of the Haunted.
Yep, so that's the call.
The back row is really, really important for Cosmo, right?
Well, for Cosmo, yeah. And it's more important in this situation because Monarchs were struggling because they couldn't play any spell cards. Now, if they'd have been able to play Patheism of the Monarchs there, they'd have been able to draw some more cards. And, you know, we all know that drawing cards is good.
I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, so getting through your deck and using the multiple effects of Patheism. So obviously, you're still going to be able to use the second effect of Patheism, which is you can banish it to basically do the same thing Tin Can does. You get 3 different... you can just get 3 Monarch cards from your deck, and then your opponent chooses which one to add to your hand. So obviously, it's got its advantages. So you can pick the same one over and over again. You just pick 3 of the same, then you just get it to your hand.
Right. Here's first blood, so to speak, with Daniel going in and Sander dropping to 4,600, 4,700. I stand corrected.
Yeah. So he's like, this is a lot of damage on the board right now. And I think he just tribute summoned there. That's fine. So you can just tribute summon that. And obviously he did that because he knew that his opponent was just setting his spell cards.
Yeah.
And the spell cards are really powerful. He wanted to get rid of those.
While Upstart Goblin is certainly not the most powerful target, it still helps him to slow his opponent down. Yeah. And yeah.
Exactly. So I think he's gonna struggle here because he's just got another Patheism.
Yeah, I was about to ask what cards can help Sander to get out of this lock, so to speak.
So he needs to summon a Monarch that can spin away that anti-spell fragrance, really, or he can summon like a Kuraz that can deal with it as well. So Kuraz allows him to destroy it. Let's have a look. Has he got any of this trap cards or anything? No. So I think Kuraz is probably going to be his best option, or Erebus as well. Erebus can spin it away.
Right.
But certainly he's got options for it. It's a matter of getting enough monsters on the field to be able to, make those plays.
Yeah.
That's the problem with Monarchs. They they need a bit to get going, and then as soon as they get going, they get really big monsters on the field.
Right.
Again, Cosmo do exactly the same thing.
But yeah, speaking of that, this is the conclusion of the first game with Thunder seeing no out to this whole thing.
Yeah, and we were talking about the surprise factor that you have of Cosmo earlier. We were talking, you can just, as soon as you get a farm girl connected to your opponent's life points, it's just,
Then again, that's
away.
not exactly true when you're going against a guy from your locals.
Yeah.
These two guys will probably know what the other is playing inside out.
Yeah.
Daniel Benson, I remember, has been successful before at a couple of other events. Let's just see if I can bring that up. Do you remember the name?
Daniel Benson, yes, he was at the European Championships. We featured him at the European Championships as well. And he was telling me before the game, actually, we featured him against another one of his friends
Right.
at the European Championships.
So that might be his thing, yeah.
Yeah.
He was in the quarterfinals, in fact. He was playing Star Seraph Shadow back then.
Yeah.
And that was, of course, the European Championship last year in Dublin that Ido Marcus won.
Yeah, that was quite a strange deck to be playing at the time as well, because it was a field of Necros. But we talked about that in the welcome video today.
Yes,
that was the event where everyone was just definitely Necros. All we're going to see is Necros, and then the players thought the exact same thing. All we were going to see were Necros, and then a few really kind of tactful players decided, I'm just going to play something that's not Necros, and I'm going to make my deck be able to beat only Necros.
It was interesting because we had 28 players in the top 64 playing Necros.
Yeah.
So the odds of Necros winning at that point were pretty bad. If you're into betting, that wouldn't have been a good call.
Yeah.
But in the top 8, only one Necros deck remained.
Yeah.
We got to give him credit.
Yeah.
Jörg Müller, he did advance all the way to the finals, but there he met his master in Ido Marcus.
Yeah.
And, well, big shout out to all the other guys that made the top 8 of the European Championship. They really showed you what you can do against one of the main decks that can have a big, big target on its head.
Yeah, I wish you could see my massive smile about that game. I specifically remember being sat there watching Ido Marcus in the European Championship finals. It's Thunder King Ryos, Blackluster Soldiers, it's just a blur.
Yeah.
But he made that game really short.
Right. But from the decks we entered so far, and we're talking about 170 decks roughly, so it's not a large percentage of the field, but at least something. We have seen 63 Draco Performer Poll turns out to be the most popular deck so far. And then in close, shortly after that, we see Cosmo and Monarch with 49 and 47. So it looks like these are the three bigger decks this weekend.
Yep.
And then Atlantean, or Mermils, as I like to call them for some reason.
Water.
Yeah, water in fourth place with 20 copies. But those numbers are going to shape up very differently. Also, the funny thing is because we're entering them by last name, so there are some countries where half the population has a last name that starts with the same letter. Like M is really popular in Germany, for example, because you have names like Müller, for example. A lot of guys are named Müller in Germany, for example.
Yeah.
So if you enter the pile with M, suddenly you have all the Germans in there.
Yeah.
And if for some reason all the Germans decide to play one particular deck, the whole metagame breakdown is going to shape up very differently.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing some trends with the decks and where they're from as well.
Yeah. All right, that's it for the first game.
So let's have a look at these side deck cards here. Let's see what's going to make a big difference. So Majesty's Fiend straight away, right at the top of the side deck. Here, obviously, if you manage to get Majesty's Fiend out, your opponent can't summon any ships. It's as simple as that.
Right.
Or they can't put any ships in the graveyard using the tin can. But it's kind of weird because
it really wrecks the Cosmo deck, doesn't it?
It's one of those things where if Cosmo go first against Majesty's Fiend and they manage to get a ship in the graveyard, like a bigger ship, either Forerunner or Eclipser or Dark Destroyer, then you can just call the Haunted it back.
Yeah.
And be able to get over Majesty's Fiend.
Right.
Which, that's easy. That's an easy way of getting around it.
But what other ways are there to get around it?
So
I mean, Raigeki is a very easy way.
Probably side decking Dark Hole as well.
And given your odds today, it's very likely that Daniel is just going to play Raigeki.
Yeah, there's probably going to be some kind of Raigeki or Dark Hole involved.
Yeah, where you're like, there's this one option where I just have to play 5 different cards and then I can get around it. And but let's see if Daniel has this card.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm actually getting confused. It's a good thing that these iPads have different colors, otherwise I would get really confused. So much technology in front of us.
So I don't know who's chosen to go first, but we'll soon find out. So Ether, always a nice card to have. Domain of the Monarchs, it's the field spell. March of the Monarchs.
Isn't it likely that Sunder wants to go first, knowing that his opponent is main decking anti-spell fragrance?
Yeah, and because of the ability to play Majesty's Fiend quite swiftly is good. So he's got a Super Quantum Layer Red as well. I can't quite remember if Quantum Layer Red can be summoned if your opponent doesn't have monsters. It's just if you don't control any monsters.
You can special summon it.
Yep, and you can then target a Super Quant card from your graveyard and out to your hand. So it kind of looks after itself in a way. So it adds itself back.
Domain of the True Monarchs, one of the new cards.
So that was quite a complex play, but it actually looked quite simple. That he's played Domain. Domain's effect has reduced the level of Ether, so he can only tribute one monster with for Ether, because that reduces its level. And then he's summoned Ether. Ether has gone and got Kuraz. The cost of Ether is that you have to send some of your spell and traps to the graveyard. Now, the Prime Monarch, the trap card that you see there, and Patheism sent to the graveyard are both great in the graveyard. Their effects in the graveyard are fantastic. And then Kuraz effect is going to trigger, and Kuraz allows you to destroy up to 2 cards on the field. And then whoever owned those cards, you get to draw 2 cards. So he gets to draw 2 cards himself.
Is this the best opening you can have with Monarchs?
It's pretty good.
Because it sounds like it's quite a bit. Like
it was quite a complex little play, even though it looked quite simple there, actually.
Right.
Yeah, so let's see what cards he has here.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the other cards of Daniel's hand to load in. We do have Cosmo Strawman and Solemn Strike so far. That's not much. Let's call it a start.
Yeah, so Sander here is searching for Patheism of the Monarchs. So he gets to search his deck for 3 different... I keep saying 3 different. He gets to search for 3 Monarch cards and then show them to his opponent. His opponent gets to pick which one goes to his hand. Obviously, if he's playing 3 copies of the same one, then he can just show his opponent all 3 copies, and then that works that way.
Yeah, some people used to play Painful Choice that way.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, the obvious move was always like, there we go.
Yeah,
this is exactly what you just described.
Yeah, so 3 Tenacity of the Monarchs.
Right. Painful Choice, lots of players back in the days, we had like, I'm going to go for Sinister Snake, too light, too dark.
Yeah.
And it didn't really matter what the opponent was picking.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he would always pick the snake most of the time. That was the one way of playing Painful Choice. There was a different strategy that involved holding on to the card until a situation arose where you would just search for 5 cards that all meant I'm going to win the game right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Typically involving something like Snatch, Steal, Change of Heart.
Snatch, Prem.
Maybe Monster Reborn, something like that.
Yeah.
And that was very interesting to see because you have these players that just like draw into Painful Choice, drop it immediately without thinking about it, and then you have these other players who are like holding on to the card for, well, the right moment, and then it wins the game.
Yeah. So here we see him use the other effect of Patheism, the actual effect where you actually play on the field. You discard a Monarch card from your hand, and you get to draw 2 cards. So that just, again, adds that little bit of consistency to the deck.
Right.
Now
This deck should really be called New Monarchs or something.
Yeah.
Because like a couple of players came up to me yesterday and they're like, oh yeah, I'm back into the game and I love it. I'm going to play Monarchs. I used to play them back in the day. I'm like, oh yeah, Monarchs, really cool. Like Saborg, Möbius, Ryza, Testalos. And they were like, yeah, I'm not playing any of those. So how do you still call it Monarchs? I mean, yes, the strategy is kind of the same. You tribute monsters.
Yeah.
But like all the cards are different suddenly. All of them.
Yeah. So let's see what Cosmo can come up with here. So he didn't actually get any of his kind of super anti-Cosmo cards here. He hasn't got the likes of like an Imperial Iron
he only started with a big monster, another card on the field, and 4 cards in hand. That's really bad, yes.
March of the Monarchs, I think that's every time you tribute summon... Oh, one second, let me double check.
Yeah, tribute summoned monsters you control cannot be targeted by...
that was the other one I thought.
Or destroyed by card effects.
Yeah.
You cannot special summon monsters from your extra deck. Not much of a problem for this deck.
Yeah.
All right, so a Solemn Strike goes face down for Daniel Benson. He got rid of the March of the Monarchs.
Yeah, so obviously that makes it so that he can, again, target and destroy his opponent's monsters with Dark Destroyer.
Yep.
Which is the most important part of that.
I think we're still missing some cards in his hand, unless he forgot to draw 2 more. We only have a Cosmo Strawman and an Effect Veiler here. Is there anything else you can make out? There is another Cosmo monster.
Yeah, I think he's got a Slip Rider.
Yeah, one of the higher level ones was
Yeah,
it?
he's got-
I'm pretty certain, yeah.
He's got Vela, Slip Rider, and I think a Forerunner as well.
All right. Thunder, on the other hand, just drew into the Monarch's Storm 4th.
Yeah, so that's a great way to deal with the ships because you can just tribute them. And yeah, you just tribute them off for your own Monarchs.
Yeah, good news for him. There's no anti-spell fragrance in play this time.
Yeah.
He does have a Mystical Space Typhoon just
Yeah.
in case.
For the strike.
Yeah, he uses it on strike, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason not to in that situation, I guess, because you just... Okay, so he's just revealed that he has a Majesty's Fiend. Now, this is big. This is really big because if his opponent doesn't have any trap cards to use, doesn't have any trap cards which would be Call of the Haunted, and he's just going to be able to put some big defensive cards up here and play Majesty's Fiend and hopefully stop his opponent from playing any other cards.
And it's quite interesting to see because the first game was so dominated by Cosmo and their anti-cards, which is the anti-spell fragrance.
Yeah.
And the second game might now be dominated by one of these anti-cards
That's tough.
of Thunder, of the Monarch deck.
So Idea would have gone and got Eidos from the deck, and Eidos allows you to have another normal summon. Now,
Right.
the reason that's so rough is because now he's just used his normal summon on Idea.
Which
So-
is not going to do much.
No, so and now he can't play his Majesty's Fiend, which gives Cosmo another turn to kind of establish themselves.
And they also know they can see the writing on the wall because he did reveal the card.
Yeah, exactly. So that was it was a great move to be able to get that Effect Veiler out on Idea.
Yeah. And Daniel Benson is actually playing 2 copies of Effect Veiler together with 2 copies of Max C in his main deck. It's fair to say that Max C is not going to stay in for this particular matchup.
No, I don't think so. He's probably. I want to say that he'd put Droll and Lockbird in as well.
He's actually running 3 copies of Mask of Restrict.
Yeah.
That's like
If you manage to get that
yeah.
down, then your opponent has to have some kind of Twin Twisters or.
It's really bad news for the Monarchs, really, when you consider that he's running anti-spell fragrance and now on top of that also Mask of Restrict.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of cards that can really wreck the day of
Yeah.
the Monarch player.
Surprisingly, we didn't see any of his trap cards that first turn either. So let's see, what's that trap card that he's just drawn?
Trying to get the hand of Daniel Benson, and for some reason we're still waiting for the app to update this. Okay.
Yep, so anyway, so as we carry on without looking at the hand, we can see, so Strawman's come out, been able to use Strawman's effect, which gets a card from your banished zone, a Cosmo card from your banished zone, and summoned it back to the field.
Right.
Which is really good because, Idea's not got much attack points, and Farm Girl can just get straight over that. Now here we see the very famous play, Cyber Dragon Nova into Cyber Dragon Infinity. Very powerful card. So he's going to take that, put that underneath. I don't know why unless I just completely misrecalled the effect of Infinity. I didn't think that you had to detach to take cards from your opponent. Anyway, so yeah, he's going to take away his opponent's monster and then attack into Idea, and then Idea has an effect when it hits the graveyard, and then you negated that with Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Right. So suddenly Daniel is sitting in the driver's seat again.
Yep. Out of nowhere yet again.
Yeah, and it appears that few people are agreeing with the Idea play earlier, because of getting effect value was like an option or something.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where you're gonna kick yourself later because you're gonna think, well, did I really need to like extend my plays into having an Idea and Eidos? Did I really need to do that? But it's tough because maybe you didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
But you could still have thought to yourself, oh, in this possible situation, I just lose.
Yeah.
So it's a tough one.
But again, guys, it is the feature match area. It's not that hard, not that easy to play there. with the additional extra pressure of sitting under the spotlight in the most literal of ways.
Yeah.
There is a spotlight on your face.
Yeah, I still don't understand why we only have one material attached to Cyber Dragon Infinity now. Because I didn't. Yeah, you don't have to detach materials to.
Right.
You don't have to detach materials to steal your opponent's monsters. But anyway,
So is there anything that Sander can do to still turn this around here?
just he has to keep playing cards until Infinity's low enough. But yeah, Infinity's low enough right now because it's going to be on 2300. So what did? Oh, we don't know what the trap card is for Daniel. Oh, we do. It's called the Haunted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just going to be able to attack over the Infinity with Majesty's Fiend. And then he's searching with March of the Is it March of the Monarchs? Return of the Monarchs?
Return of the Monarchs. Yep.
Yeah. He's searching because he tribute summoned a monster. And then, yeah, Majesty's Fiend's just going to shut off all effects now.
Right. So suddenly Sander is sitting in the driver's seat again.
Yep.
Didn't really see that coming. And now Daniel needs an out. We still don't know the exact contents of the end.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think, yeah, just Sander's going to be able to take this away now. He's got Majesty's Fiend, and his opponent just can't really do much. He's going to be able to Call of the Haunted something back. I think it's Call of the Haunted, but his only targets are stuff that's lower than Majesty's Fiend. I don't think he's got any big enough ships in the graveyard.
Yeah, it seems like Daniel was running out of steam here.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, Cyber Dragon Infinity, normally you expect this card to really like wrap things up.
Yeah, well, to be honest, it should have. He shouldn't have detached Slip Riders. That's not an effect of Cyber Dragon Infinity. I think that was a mistake. But it's not a mistake. He shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Right.
So we'll have to have a look. Maybe there was something that me and you missed about that effect.
All right.
Well, but
that did it for the second game.
Yeah.
And with that, we're tied at 1-1 between Daniel Benson and Sander Laugesen, who play each other every week
Yeah.
in Denmark in a local league. But this time, they are actually doing it on the big screen.
Yep, so, yeah, again, we're going to see them delve into their side decks and change that up a little bit.
All right. This concludes 2 games. Actually, round 2, I wouldn't say it's one of the super important ones. It's like
no, even if you've lost one, you're still in good stead.
Yeah, you can always fight back, come back.
Yep.
But like sometimes it really makes a difference. Like if you're 3-0, for example, in round 4, or actually if you're 3-1 and you're playing round 5. If you win, 4-1 is a good result. You're still well on your way to victory. If you lose and you're suddenly in the 3-2 range, which is like really mixed, you suddenly go up against a lot of decks that you didn't expect to see in this tournament most of the time.
Sometimes it's really tough. I think Ryan's actually just gone and explained the situation to them. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of tough because if you do hit that kind of level and you've built your deck in such a way where you want to compete with the really, the decks that you think are going to be the best decks,
right?
Then it's tough because you're going to see these what people call rogue decks, and you're not going to be prepared for them. Your deck's not going to be constructed in such a way to beat them.
Yep.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when you get to that kind of score. But I've got a very good story of one of my friends at the European Championships who he went 0-2 in the first 2 rounds. And then he was like, "Oh, surely I'm not going to be able to just win like another 6 rounds." And he just absolutely did it. He just went out and won all the rest of the rounds, and he got to like top 64, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's never too late.
Never too late. Yeah.
It's never too late.
I think there were tournaments where Alpai, for example, lost the first round and then just went on and won everything else afterward.
We always say whenever our friends, you know, when we're playing at regionals and things like that, we always say, oh, I guess you can be the X1 hero this time.
Yeah.
Because it's, you know, you're only allowed
X1 hero.
the X1 hero, because, you know, you can only lose one game at like a regional sized event.
Right.
To be able to top.
This is normally the point in time where PJ loves to share his story how he did at the European Championship many years back.
Yeah, he'll be in the chat.
I don't know, he was like 7-0 or something at one point. Something like that.
Yeah.
So he was like, okay, I got this. I'm in the top 64. I only have to win one more round or something. And then he lost the next 5.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did the same actually in YCS Paris. I won like, all my rounds right up to the end. I was playing Infernity. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I was playing Infernity. But, you know, it just got me all the way, and then suddenly I started just getting hands that were just unplayable.
Well, while we're talking about decks, let's maybe bring up the deck breakdown again, if
Yeah.
that would be possible, guys. So you can see the overall deck breakdown, because it's actually shaping up nicely. 'Cause while we are talking, while you guys are watching, these two guys are playing in the feature match area. Our judges are hard at work entering more decks into our app. So now we have like a more complete picture of the overall metagame of the event.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we can bring that up here. That would be nice. I think we can. We can. Yes,
Yeah.
there we go.
Oh, so we can see it shaping up nicely there.
Yeah, so the top 3 decks that we had before still continue to stay at the top, really.
Yep.
And
And the bottom 3 decks are kind of...
yeah, and this is more likely what the graphs are going to be looking like at the end of the day, in relative numbers.
Yes.
Because those are only the decks that we have already in the app.
Yeah, so just to note, those aren't the complete decks.
Yeah, these are the
complete.
trends, basically.
Yeah, just as we're going through and updating all these decks and inputting them all to the system,
Right.
we're going to show you guys to keep you up to date.
And don't blink, guys. You now see a slight difference between round 1 and round 2. There you go. You could tell we have suddenly 82 instead of 83 Draco Performer Pulse. So one guy dropped. We have 65 Monarchs instead of 66 Monarchs. So one guy that played Monarchs dropped, and so on. This is going to be a lot more exciting later today in round 4, 5, or 6 or something.
Yeah.
When we can see what decks are suddenly staying in the field and what decks are new feature this weekend. I'm really excited about this. We're gonna show you in between rounds. Let's go back to the feature match table, where Daniel and Sander are about to kick things off for the second game. And Ryan is entering the cards of Sander one by one, so his hand is slowly but steadily being added here.
Yep, so we see the Cosmo player here. Daniel, he's using Cosmo Town's magical mallet-like effect, where you can put as many Cosmo cards, Cosmo monsters from your hand back into your deck, shuffle it up, and take cards from the top of your deck, draw your cards equal to the number you put back. Again, that just adds the consistency to the deck. Sometimes you don't draw what you want afterwards, but even if you don't draw what you want afterwards, you didn't want those cards in the first
exactly,
place.
yeah. Chances are
So it's just
the cards that you got rid of were not the best option.
Yeah, so it just gives you that extra little bit to try and get in the groove of your Cosmo deck.
Right.
PJ is sharing his 0-6 story in chat.
Yeah, it was actually 7-5. I got it correctly. All right. So, Daniel, 3 face downs.
Yep, so...
And then the all-important emergency teleport to go for the tin can.
Yep. Yep, and I think he's got a Mask of Restrict as well in his hand. You guys can't see his hand, but I can see... There's a Mask of Restrict. Yes, I think we're just having some technical difficulties with the player's hands and such, so we'll try and do the best we can without it. So the teleport gets the Tin Can, and then Tin Can's effect is going to resolve here. He's picked his monsters and then added one to his hand. I don't know which one he's added to his hand, but we'll soon find out. So I think he's going straight in and summons his Forerunner, which is a good move.
It definitely is.
Yeah, it's untargetable, 2/8, it's really big. That's great. So obviously Sander is on the right playing Monarch, so he's not got Cosmos. But here we go. So yeah,
This is
his hand. So let's see here. So it's really rough here because Cosmo chose to go first because of the possibility of Majesty's Fiend here. Now he has got a Monarch Stormforth, so he's going to be able to play Monarch Stormforth. Okay, maybe not right away, but at some point just this turn he's going to be able to play Stormforth and then summon his Majesty's Fiend by tributing his opponent's monster. That's what Stormforth does. So let's see how he plays it out here. Let's see what cards he got off of Pathism.
All right. And one of the new cards? Well, actually, all of these cards. Almost all of the cards are new cards.
Yeah, actually, the only card that isn't new is Kuraz and Stormforth as well, I guess. Yeah, so there's Red Layer. So that's a great draw because he can just outright special summon that from his hand because he doesn't control any monsters. Now, the great part about this is he's playing into 3 back rows. Now, when I'm playing and I'm playing into 3 back rows, I just think to myself, right, I just need to start doing some stuff and hope my opponent starts using his back rows just to stop me. So we don't know what the back rows are for Daniel, but it could be an array of like Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, Mask of Restrict, could be Call of the Haunted.
Those
or
are
Oasis.
the usual suspects.
Yeah, the usual suspects. So again, he's just kind of drawing through all his cards here, getting a good setup in his hand. I think again he's probably doing what I just said. He's trying to look for answers for those back rows. Now, obviously, like if he drew a Twin Twisters, that'd be perfect because that's going to be able to get rid of 2 of those back rows. But we'll see what he draws here. I think he's only going to be able to have at most 2 summons, so that Red Layer and then his tribute summon for the turn.
Right.
He's not going to be able to get much more done.
Yeah. What else does Daniel Benson need in this situation? I mean, he's got a good field.
Yeah, so here we go. So as soon as he plays Monarch Stormforth here, he's playing the Mask of Restrict, so that straight away stops the Forerunner. Stops the Forerunner being tributed. So Xander's now at a loss. He can't really do anything because of that Mask of Restrict, and he has no way to stop it. I think that's...
You think that might be game already? Not
every time I say that when we're casting together, Ollie, it doesn't work out that way.
That's my job. I'm just trying to trap you.
Yeah, I don't want to say it, but yes. Okay, yeah. Right now, yes, that's it.
This reminds me a lot of the European Championship where Michael Gruner lost against the card that shut down Dragon Rulers completely. Was a mistake, I think. I'm not sure.
No mistake. It was. It's level 3 spellcaster stops your opponent from special summoning. I can't remember its name.
Yeah.
But this is all she wrote here.
It was a spell card, trap card.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it might have been.
I think you cannot search cards from your deck or something like that.
Could be a mistake. But anyway, this is all she wrote here. He's going to attack with Forerunner, Farm Girl, attack, summon Dark Destroyer destroys Forerunner summon gets...
That is as straightforward as it gets, and you can see Sanders giving him the thumbs up. Yes, go for it.
Yeah, so he's going to go get another ship.
He's shuffling, but this is one of those situations where you can tell from the body language that not really much is happening. Like he's not going to have any answers here.
Yeah, it gets Slippy. Slippy's going to go get another Cosmo Town just to thin the deck out. There's another 23, so that's like 51 total. And then,
there is the handshake. Yes,
that's it.
Well, we saw that one coming.
Yes,
in the third game.
As soon as Farm Girl turned up.
So I think Daniel Benson might actually have a perfect record when it comes to being featured. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, he's definitely going up against his friends a lot, which is funny because we didn't even know that when we picked that match.
Yeah.
But then, funnily enough, the app told us, hey, they're both from Denmark, and so this seemed like a good enough match to feature.
As I was talking about right at the start of the game, I think a lot of people in chat were saying Monarchs are definitely going to win. Yeah. No question. Monarchs are going to win. But
not so much.
So I didn't want to say it because you see hands like that where it's just, I could build a nice house with this, but playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Right.
Not so much.
And was there anything where you felt like the players were making mistakes?
Not in this game. This game
was the third game was very straightforward, of course.
The third game was just straightforward.
In the second game, maybe?
Well, yeah, just...
It seemed like Cyber Dragon Infinity was not the right call.
No, that was perfectly right. It was just that what he did wasn't allowed.
Oh, okay.
He was definitely just not allowed.
Yeah.
So I think that was his own fault for not reading the card, but his opponent should have known as well. But his opponent was playing Monarchs, and they don't play Cyber Dragon Infinity Cup. He probably didn't know.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway.
That's one of these examples
Yeah,
where you
sometimes
can really tell like it's really important to know what your opponent's cards are doing, not just your own cards.
Yeah, but the Monarch player doesn't play an extra deck. They've given up a life of having extra deck monsters dedicated to the Monarchs.
Yeah. And right. So anything else we want to hear from Daniel Benson, who has been successful before, like we said, in the top 8 of the European Championship last year?
I just think it's a really, really good list, very standard list. He's not playing the Saw Troopers build. He's not playing the Saw Troopers build. So, I do think this, I like this build much better, but, it might be a good question to ask him if he tried the Saw Troopers build. And also those main decked anti-spell fragrance would be a good question to ask.
Yeah.
It's obvious why he's playing them.
Well,
but,
this game definitely showed us, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there's going to be a couple more games where we probably can see why this is a good choice, in his opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Okay, well, that is it for our round 2 feature match. We're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to be back with an interview with Daniel Benson, ask him about this match, how it went down, and how he prepared for the tournament, and all that. And with that, we're signing off for just a second. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to be back.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Welcome back. That was fast. We're here with Daniel Benson, just like I promised. Congratulations again on your
Thank you.
victory. It's nice to have you back. I think you have a perfect record in the feature match, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've undefeated in the feature match.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to have you every round, you wouldn't mind.
No.
All right. You came from Denmark. How did you guys travel here?
We drove.
You drove?
Yeah.
Okay. How long is it going to take? 7 hours?
It was supposed to take 8.5 hours, but it took us like 10 hours.
Okay. Why is that?
We got stuck in a traffic jam, and our
Ooh.
GPS wanted us to go around in a loop.
Okay.
So we had to use another GPS, and
Okay.
we got delayed quite a bit.
Okay. But you got here.
Yeah.
When did you travel here? On Friday.
Yesterday.
Yes.
We,
Okay. Okay. So it's a very long day for you guys.
Yeah.
But you got a good night's sleep, I guess.
Not really.
Okay. Okay. It just gets worse.
Yeah.
All right.
We got here very late, like 1 o'clock.
Oh,
in the
okay.
night,
So
yeah.
then no good night's sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is why you decided to play Cosmo, because it's easy to play when you don't have a lot of sleep.
No, but
No.
yeah.
I'm just.
I think it's one of the best decks right now.
Okay.
And I can play a lot of floodgates
Yeah.
without hindering myself.
Right. Okay. Let's walk us through it. We got a couple of floodgates, like you say. We got the anti-spell fragrance.
Yeah.
You play the whole solemn cards, all of them that you can play at the moment.
Yeah.
Is this the best Cosmo build in your opinion?
I think so, yes.
Why is that?
As I don't think that the Cosmo builds that run, more turbo with the Sword Troopers. I don't like Sword Trooper very much because it requires you to pick subpar cards with Tin Can.
Right.
And I just like playing, more trap heavy lineup to make my bad matchups like Monarchs better, because
Yeah.
I could just negate everything they do and prevent them from playing.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. How did you get? You played against Andrew Ward in the first round, I think.
Yeah.
How did that What was that game like? A match like?
It went very fast. I think 15 minutes.
Okay.
I won game 1 and 2.
What did he play?
He did play Cosmo as well.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right. But I heard actually that the the mirror match, Cosmo against Cosmo, can take like a very long time.
It can, but this kind of build makes it a lot easier because Cosmojo can remove the ships, and the warning and the strikes can prevent his ships from activating and his pilots from activating their effects.
Also, basically, your deck is tweaked against Monarchs to some degree. It's
Yeah.
also tweaked against the mirror match.
Yeah.
What do you do against Draco Performer Pal?
Well, that's why the anti-fragrances are
They're
there as
also
well.
good
Yeah,
in that
they're very
matchup.
good in that matchup, and the hand traps, Maxi and Vela,
Yeah.
are for that matchup as well. And if they don't have an out for some strike or some warning, you can prevent that pendulum summon. They can't really
All right.
play through that.
So you have been invited to the feature match, and you're playing against Sander Laugesen. You both know each other, right? From locals.
Yeah, we do.
Did you know what he's gonna run?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you drove here together, or what?
No.
No.
But, I knew what he was going to play. I knew almost his entire deck list. He knew almost my entire deck
Okay.
list.
So yeah, basically you could have played face up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's odd, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Is that an advantage for you or disadvantage?
It's not really an advantage for me because I can just ask him how many cards he has in his extra deck.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
So
and normally he has a good matchup against me, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Right. Okay. Talking about the matchup and the games today, the first game went pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Your way. Very hard for him to ever get his feet on the ground in that game. You had like everything you needed.
Yeah.
The second game, it seemed like he had everything he needed. In fact,
Yeah.
when you effect veilered him,
Yeah.
there was some confusion. The chat didn't really agree with his move of playing Idea.
Yeah.
Do you think that was the correct play?
No, not at all. He should have summoned the trap from his grave and just Stormforced me.
Right.
That would have been a much better play. I wouldn't
You
have
would
any
have
outs to that,
basically
so.
lost at that point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got this opportunity and you can get back into the game.
Yeah.
And then you're going for the Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah.
And something happened there.
Yeah. I'm I haven't slept so much, so I was thinking of Utopia Future where you detach everything that's not the Exceed monsters.
Right.
But to be honest, it wouldn't really have mattered anyway because he had so much card advantage over me. I just had the Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah. And how because we don't have audio from over there.
Yeah.
How has that been resolved by the judge? Is it extra pressure for you when suddenly the judge is like, wait a second, I have to interfere here or something? I think they did it after the game,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
They
yeah,
didn't
they
catch
did,
it during the game.
Yeah.
And what happened then? They explained to you this is how we continue, or
Yeah, we should just continue because the game was already over.
and we just caught the mistake afterward.
Yeah.
All right, but like you said, it was an honest mistake.
Yeah.
And considering that you've drove here 10 hours yesterday, it sounds very likely.
Yeah.
All right. So, what's your expectation for this weekend? Did you set your goals high and you say, okay, I'm definitely going to go top 64, top 8, something like that? Or are you like, I'm taking it slowly?
I'm taking to see what happens. I'm expecting to make day two at least.
All right.
That's my goal for now.
Okay.
And then I'll take it from there. See what happens.
What did you expect the metagame to be this weekend?
A lot of Monarchs and a lot of Draco Pals. Some Cosmo. Small amount of Mermails also.
All right.
Mainly those 4 decks seem to be now.
Right. And did you have any guesses what would be the most popular deck in the end?
I would think Monarch.
Okay.
Because it's a very cheap deck. It's not too hard to play
that's
as well.
also a factor, yes.
Yeah,
that does play a role, yeah.
And but I was walking around before and I saw a lot of Draco Pals. So I think that might actually be.
All right. If we told you you can have a private conversation with our scorekeeper and he can like pair you against somebody in particular every round, what would be your favorite matchup for the rest of the weekend?
Well, since I geared, I would prefer playing like against either the mirror match or against Monarchs.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are your two. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair
enough.
Those are the ones that I'm
right.
most prepared for.
Okay. Last question.
Yes.
Because you have been in the top 8 of the European Championship, so you know how to stand the pressure and everything.
Yeah.
What is your number one advice for somebody who wants to do well at a large event like the YCS, like the European Championship?
Well, study the meta game before, know what you're going to play against,
Right.
and make your deck accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Playing cards that are unexpected can prove to be a very big advantage.
All right.
Like Anti-Spell Fragrance at Euros, that was
Yeah, that's
very good.
good point. Yeah.
And yeah, otherwise just read all the cards, especially if you don't know what they do.
Right.
And just think everything over before you do it, an extra time.
Right.
Just make sure you don't do anything stupid like I did.
Well, it does happen, but you came out on top, so
Yeah.
so that is fine. All right. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
And we hope to.
Yeah.
With that is it for now. We're going to take another short break before we're going to be back with our, I call it, halftime show in between rounds, where we're going to talk a little bit more about the metagame of the event, the country breakdown of the event. So stay tuned, guys. There's more to come. And with that, we're signing off for now.
Motor, where are you? The
Good morning and welcome for the coverage of YCS Prague. It's been a while, 6 months no coverage, I can't believe it.
No, it's been such a long time.
It's like withdrawal basically at this
Yeah.
point. But finally, we're back and it's going to be an amazing event this weekend. 1 year ago, we went to Prague for the first time ever, had a little bit more than 600 players. Very, very nice event, just because the city is so nice. Prague is such a great city to visit. You haven't been there, right?
Yeah, it was so unfortunate. It was the one event
what's
I
your
couldn't.
excuse?
I couldn't. I was in Shanghai at the time.
All right, I think in terms of excuses, that's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
All right. Back then, do you still remember the dominant deck?
It was Necros.
Necros, right. And I think basically all year last year, Necros
Yep.
was considered to be the top contender.
Yeah.
However, the winner wasn't Necros. Was Valon Le Tertre from France. First time in many, many years that we've seen a French champion rise to the occasion, steal the title basically in Prague.
Yeah, he went all the way with his Burning Abyss deck.
Yeah, and he basically set the stage for the next event last year, which was YCS Bochum.
Yeah.
At this point, it's almost a given that if the YCS comes to Germany, we have more than 1,000 players. This time the same, 1,111, very easy to memorize. And we saw another famous player rise to the occasion.
Yeah.
Luca Cittoni.
Luca Cittoni, yeah.
Right.
So he's been up there with the greats for a very long time, and it was finally that one event that he broke out and finally won one.
And you said you could definitely tell just like by looking at him.
I was there. I was outside the curtain of the event area, and the moment that it happened, that the final play,
everybody was like,
it was just
wow.
The curtain drew back. Everyone was cheering.
Right.
He was really emotional.
Yeah,
you could
you
really
could tell
feel it.
Luca was so happy. One of the greatest winners we've ever had.
Yeah.
Made it to the top 8 twice before, but this time he went away with the title.
Yeah.
Then last year we had the European Championship in Dublin, of course. Also very, very nice event. I got fond memories of Dublin. I think you got some fond memories.
Yeah, it was the first event that I managed to do the entire coverage.
Right.
So I was with you guys the whole time.
Which is also kind of crazy. When I feel like this is just a given that we're doing commentary together.
I know.
But of course we get some other guys who are very talented, and who we're going to see this weekend.
Yeah.
Because Rob is actually attending as a player.
Yeah.
In full Kaiba makeup.
He is, yeah. Yeah, I look forward to getting him on stream.
Yeah, let's hope so. If I remember correctly, we had a player not from, let's say, mainland Europe winning the title.
Yeah, it was Ido Marcus.
Yes,
Yeah.
from Israel, who's quickly gathered a following.
Yeah, he was kind of unknown. I have a story about Ido Marcus. He beat me in the finals of a YCS trial in the European Championships 2013.
Oh, okay, I was about to ask, is that how he secured his ticket
Oh,
for this year?
no.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever met him. I'd obviously not heard of him before, but
Right.
yeah.
Very nice guy, right?
Yeah, absolutely lovely. And he always plays quite quirky little things inside his decks. Even if he's playing the deck that everyone else is playing, he always plays something that's a little bit different.
Okay. So that was the European Championship. We had one more event last year, which was, of course, YCS Rimini, the YCS on the beach in Italy.
Yeah.
Very nice event. And the top 4 players, all of them were Italians.
Yeah.
That's something we haven't
Completely.
seen in a very long time. And do you expect something like that this weekend?
I couldn't say. I mean, we're in a place where a lot of different people could get here. It's easy to get to.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a couple of guys from the UK, from Germany. Some French players made the trip. Some Dutch players made the trip.
Yeah.
Very international field this weekend. So I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that we're not going to see 4 guys from the same country in the top 4 this weekend.
No, exactly. I think it's quite a diverse field.
All right. So we've covered that. We said last year Necros was the big elephant in the room.
Yeah.
I think Rimini was the first time that we've also seen a different deck that is still very competitive, which is Cosmo, right?
Yeah, it was the first time. So Peter Gross came with his Cosmo deck, and he showed us kind of how that began, the journey of Cosmo.
Caught a lot of people by off guard, basically.
Yeah,
who are
exactly.
not prepared for that particular deck.
Yeah.
And it's been here to stay, basically. It's still around.
That's in fact their playstyle. They catch people out by surprise, just out of nowhere. They can produce a lot of damage.
Right.
Just out of nowhere, which is fantastic.
You're our resident strategy expert, Luke. What other decks are now in competition that we could see rise to the occasion in Prague?
So I think it would be crazy not to talk about the recent adjustment list that we had at this point. So it's kind of up in the air at the moment. We've just had a list. There's
2 weeks
a bit
ago?
new sets, not long ago. There's like 5 or 6 different decks. So there's Mermail, there's Dracopals, Cosmo,
So it's a very nice mix of new
Monarchs,
decks
obviously.
and actually also very old archetypes coming back.
Yeah, so Mermail's got their new card, the Neptibus. It's an Atlantean card, but obviously it helps Mermail.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of seeing which one rises to the top.
Right.
So
what's your pick? What do you think is going to win?
I think Cosmo's going to win.
Okay.
I'm going to say Cosmo.
I heard from some reliable sources that Pepe is still a contender. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, it's not the original Pepe deck that we kind of got that adjustment list for. It is the Draco Pals is what it's being called. So it's just using the Performer Pals and then a lot of the Draco Slayer engine as well.
We're going to talk about strategy some more, of course. We also prepared an exclusive piece of content where Matt Bell, many of you will still remember him from doing commentary, will explain to you in detail why they made the decision of the adjustment list. Something I would look forward to very, very much.
Yeah, I think a lot of people out there are going to be
very clear explanation. Wondering. It's very hard not to agree with him after you've seen the clip.
Yeah, certainly. I wish everyone could see it. Which they're going to get to
show it a couple of times this weekend.
Yeah.
All right. So on a scale from 0 to 10, how excited are you for YCS Prague this weekend?
I can't even put it on a 0 to 10 because we're
basically on an 11.
Yeah, we haven't done this in such a long time. I'm so excited.
Like I said, withdrawal symptoms all over the place. We're so much looking forward to this event this weekend. And guess what, guys? We got some new features for you as well. This weekend we're going to work with some new technology, new software, so we can bring you even more stuff. You will see more than ever before. I'm not over-promising. We're going to be under-promising at this point and over-delivering. So look forward to the coverage of YCS Prague this weekend. It's going to be an amazing event. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned for 48 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh! Coverage.
It's time.
I'm joined now by Norman Wilde, who used to live in Berlin, but I now just learned he moved to Cologne. I remember you telling me this before, but I kind of forgot. Welcome. Nice to see you again. We just talked a little bit about how you got to Prague, and I learned you didn't just arrive today. You came a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah. So we did arrive yesterday, and we had a boot camp last weekend where some of our players went in. And we play tested a lot to rethink how the adjusted list hit all the decks.
Right.
And I think we all of us came up with pretty good lists. So we prepared.
It really sounds to me like you didn't, like many other players, just like pack a deck, drive here on Friday, see how it goes. You put like serious effort into this.
Yeah.
And like the whole group of you, right?
Yeah.
It's not just you and two other guys. It's like, how many guys are we talking about?
Yeah. Technically, we have like 12 main players, like those are like the most successful guys here in Europe. So we always update those players on the deck list. We have a private chat where we discuss all the decks, and then we have like 8 guys behind the scenes who are working on the YouTube videos, the Twitch streams, the merchandise, everything.
Wow. Speaking of merchandise, you got a pretty interesting shirt right here. Some people might not be familiar with it, but I've seen it popping up on Facebook every now and then. YPFL.
Yeah.
What does that stand for?
Yeah, technically it means Yu-Gi-Oh! Player for life.
All right.
So this term or this definition came up like throughout the community, and we just grabbed it and thought, okay, this is like how it describes how our group interacts with each other. Like we play test really hard.
What does it stand for? Is it just about playing?
No, it's just it's a lifestyle term. Yeah, you play this game, but you just don't play this game. You play this game for trading. You play this game for traveling. You play this game for visiting other cities and having fun with your friends. So this is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about, and this is like how the term describes it. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Player for life.
Somebody hashtagged it, and then you said, okay, we can make something of this.
Yeah.
Right. I think Ali was the one who told me stories that you went clubbing with a couple of friends, and a girl talked to one of you, and then she was like, so you're from Germany, you're from the UK, you're from, I don't even know where he was from,
Greece.
I think Italy or Greece. Yeah. How come you guys are partying together? And then Ali was just like, yeah, because we're Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, and that just blew her mind completely. And I really like that you guys are like embracing it. You're not trying to hide it in any way. You're more like showing everybody what it's like, this is your hobby.
Yeah, because I think like everyone likes something, and if you like something, then you should be proud of because you liked it, because you decided, or because like basically your brain decided that you like it. Right. So I think you should not hide it from others, but you should like promote it in some way. It's always how you tell the story. If you say like, hey, I like close down myself with 1,000 men in a room for a weekend. Or if you say like, I travel the world with some friends, we play tournaments, we are successful,
having fun together.
We have fun together. It's a totally different story.
Yeah, that's very.
And it's something unique. It's like most of the players most of the players I know would not say to a girl like, hey, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like because like they feel like, she's such a nerd. But in fact, like the whole nerdy things. Like
it's becoming kind of trendy these days.
Yeah, because like because of Marvel, like all the movies, and I think like the whole culture is now moving to like more the individual, like the individual itself.
Right.
Because everyone tries to be unique with a unique iPhone cover or something. Right. And I think like doing something you like, I think you should also promote that you like it.
All right. I think this is the deepest interview we've ever had. Well,
so philosophical.
So this weekend, you guys, you said you come prepared.
Yeah.
Just real quick, can you share anything about strategy-wise with us? What are you guys going to be playing?
So most of our players decided to play Draco Pulse because it's the most consistent deck.
All right.
It has so much options to side deck. Some of our players decided to play Cosmo just because they want to party, and it's not that hard to play.
Right, I remember that was Peter Gross's argument back in August last year.
Yeah. So technically, Prague is a great town to party. I always like that Konami is choosing cities where I can go partying, like Rimini, Prague. So keep on doing that.
We check off our list. Yeah, we look okay. Where can you? Yeah.
And where the beer is cheap.
All right. Okay.
So Dublin was also a great place.
Let's end on a high note. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Norman.
Yep.
Best of luck this weekend. I hope we're going to see. I'm actually 100% certain we're going to see you guys at the very top of the standings at one point or the other. So that's it for now. We're going to be back with the guys from YPFL. If anybody's interested in this, is there a way to get your hands on this?
The page is called nerd.de, and then you just need to search for Complexity Card Gaming. This is the group of guys we've been talking about. And then you can grab some merchandise like hoodies. We have also these Jutebeutel. I don't know what's the English term.
It's like a bag where you can put all your stuff in. All right. Thank you again. That's it for now. Good luck this weekend, Norman.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Prague, where we welcome you for our round 3 feature match. We picked table 11, and one of the reasons was that I was just busy working all the guys that have a last name that starts with H into the system.
Yep.
And I knew for a fact that one of them was playing Deskbot. So he was undefeated. He's table 11, so obviously he's undefeated.
Yep.
And his opponent also had a last name that started with H, so that made it 100% crystal clear what we got in terms of a matchup. It's Cosmo against Deskbot.
Yeah.
Right. What are you making of this?
It's just going to be an OTK fest.
Oh,
It's going to be amazing. I think that Patrick, the Cosmo player, is just going to be sat there thinking,
from
okay,
Germany.
I'm ready to do my OTKs now. I'm ready, but I'll set up for next turn. It's your go. And then we're going to see Aaron just be like, Despot? And his face is going to just be like, really? Really?
Yeah.
And we're going to see all these Despots all over the desk, and it's going to be great.
All over the desk.
All over the desk.
Right. Actually, the guys operating the app who are standing behind the players are going to have a great time.
Yeah, a great view of
because
this.
it's like Despot 001, 002,
Yeah.
003. He's playing the full suit, all of them, except for Despot 001 and 007 in 3 copies. He maxes out on them. Speaking of Max, he's also running 3 copies of Maxi. And together with a Cyber Dragon and...
Speedride Menko as well.
And a...
Birdman.
Birdman as well.
For the Trish play, I assume.
Yeah.
Yep, Trish play.
So he's going all in, basically.
Yeah, all in. But he's playing Naturia Beast, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too sure about all the Despot cards. I don't know which ones, what levels are. But I'm pretty sure they're all of machines, definitely.
Yeah.
So there might be one that's a 2-star, and if that's the case, then obviously Birdman with the 2 stars going to be able to make you a nice little Naturia Beast.
A nice little Naturia Beast.
Yeah.
Right. On the other side, we see...
Yeah, actually, some of the Despots are tuners. Sorry, yeah, some of the Despots are tuners, so that might help even more. Yeah.
On the other side, we see Patrick Haidari from Germany, who is playing Cosmo. This is the deck we're almost most familiar with at this point after 3 matches. Seems to be one of the big 3 decks. It is not the number 1 deck. That seems to be Draco Performer Paul.
Yeah, we've been looking through our statistics, and it seems to be.
Yeah, it also seems like most of the experienced players are playing this deck this weekend.
Yeah,
a very good chance we're going to have them in our next round feature match.
Yeah.
All right, but for the first few rounds, you guys know that we like to go for creative decks, and it's a bit of a hit and miss.
Yes.
Sometimes we see some great plays like.
Mecha Phantom Beasts.
Mecha Phantom Beasts, right. It's exactly the one I was trying to refer to, yes.
Yep, Super Dreadnought, Rail Cannon, Gustav Max.
Yeah, so these are the moments that we're living for. And then during later rounds, of course, we got to have the bubble matches instead, where we can show you who still has a shot at making top 32. Yeah. All right. Anything else that you want to talk about the deck lists here? This one is actually 2-sided deck list. That's quite new.
Yeah.
Quite something.
I think it's just going to be... I don't even think that either... Well, maybe Aaron's going to have side-decked quite a bit for the Cosmo matchup. Let's see what's he got here. Yeah, he's got 3 system downs. Very good. Couple of effect bills, not really relevant. Scythe, yeah, not too relevant. I think just definitely those system downs are going to go in.
Right.
Other than that, I'm sure that Patrick's not going to have any Despot side-deck cards. So,
all right.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
Let's take you guys to the table where these two duelists are ready to get their game on. We got Patrick on the left-hand side and Aaron Henman on the right. And there's a handshake. And with that, we can get started. It is Patrick with his Cosmo deck going first. He's got a Cosmo Tin Can.
Yeah, so that's really good start.
Yeah, you really need a can opener to fight against that card. It is very, very powerful.
Yep. So as we see the standard kind of tin can play here, let's try and evaluate what Aaron's going to be able to do with these cards.
Right.
So he's actually playing Wabaku. That's pretty that's pretty cool. So that's just to can I stay alive, please? Yes.
Yeah, just one more turn.
Yeah, so Despot 3 that he's got in his hand there, that's a non-tuner one of the Despots, and that allows you to just go straight into the deck and special summon one of your Despot monsters from your deck, apart from itself. And then once per turn...
During either player's turn.
Yeah, during either player's turn, you can
Target a
target one of the
Despot
Despots and then make it gain 500 for each Despot you currently control. This is pretty much what the Despots are all about. They're all about just boosting each other to a massive amount and then just hitting your opponent once, and then that's it. That's what they're about.
Right.
So even though we're going to see these, big 3,000 Dark Destroyers, that's not going to be anything to get over. Obviously, strategically, it's hard to get around,
Yes.
but it's going to be easy to kind of make the move there.
It's gonna
So
be
here's Despot number 3. Immediately,
Yeah.
Patrick picks it up and goes, oh, gosh.
What is this? Yeah.
What's going on? So as well as Despot number 3, we've got Despot number 4, I think.
Yes. Yeah, we do.
Despot number 4. So this has got some in-battle effects. So if it battles an opponent's monster, then during damage calc, you can activate its effect, and then your opponent takes on a battle damage. You send a Despot from your deck to the graveyard. And if you do, then that card gains attack and defense. So that's really good for kind of getting over your opponent's monsters. So not necessarily for doing the damages, but,
Right.
that's good for that. And then again, it's got, something related to having,
We're going to see that a lot with Patrick, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be picking up cards quite a bit.
Yeah, if his wrist is feeling like a little bit tired after this match, we know why.
Yeah, and there you go. So that's another thing that Despot 4 does, is when it destroys an opponent's monster by battle, so obviously, its effect's all about killing a monster by battle, you can summon 2 Despots with different levels from your hand or graveyard to the field in defense position. Now, obviously, we've just said all the Despots are about, boosting each other up, and having a lot of Despots usually improves the amount of boosting that you get from each of those effects. So that's pretty good. So let's see which Despot we're going to see.
He actually added
from
another
Despot
copy of
number 3.
Despot 004.
Right, okay.
Patrick is still busy reading it,
Okay.
as far as I'm aware.
Okay. All right. So we see Despot number... So, yeah, so he gets to summon that from Despot number 3. So
Yeah.
it seems
From
like...
his deck.
Yeah, straight from his deck. So Despot number 4, that must be one of the newer ones. Oh, no, it isn't. That's actually one of the older ones. from
Crossroads. Yeah.
Yeah, so... Yeah, well, let's see how this goes. I don't know too much about the Despots.
There
so
is an attack on the tin can.
Yeah, so I think the way that this is going to work out is...
Okay, now it's crystal clear that there's an attack, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's gonna. He's just trying to bait out the tin can's effect to banish itself, to summon the card. Now we didn't get to see what he added, so he's got. Oh, okay, right. So Patrick's got a Slip Rider and a Dark Eclipse. Neither of these are going to be beneficial to summon them right now. So whatever he summons, he's going to be able to get over it with that Despot number 4.
That's quite big, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not exactly what we are used to, that Cosmo has troubles getting over anything.
Now this is an issue because
There's a Maxi on top of that. Wow.
So now this is a very unique situation. This is absolutely fantastic when this happens. It's such a unique situation when you play Maxi during your own turn and you just go, do you know what? I'm just going to play into all your plays, because you have to keep special summoning to keep your engine going. He's just going to be able to keep going all of those Cosmo cards and just get more and more cards that are special summoned.
Right.
So this is going to be perfect. So he's going to get to draw more cards. So that's even more potential for Despot 4 to be able to summon cards from his hand or graveyard to the field.
Wow. It seems like Despot is having a favorable matchup against Cosmo.
Yeah, that's really
At
crazy.
least from these very few early impressions.
So we see Despot number 5, I think, sent to the graveyard.
Yeah,
Is it number 5?
it's definitely not 3 or 4 because it's one we didn't see before.
It's... Oh, no, it's Despot number 6, sorry, number 6. Yeah, it's definitely not one we've seen before. Despot number 6, I think that's just because it has a big level and that increases the attack.
Yeah,
points of
the
Despot
level
number 4.
stars actually match the name.
Yeah, I think he's reading Despot 4 again.
Yeah.
He keeps taking cards off the field and I get confused because I don't know what's going
No,
on.
it's just something we're going to get used to here.
No, you've got to. So Despot 4 is going to gain 500 for every... Is it every star that it has?
You're reading the...
Yeah, so it's 500 for every star that Despot 4 has. Sorry, for every star that the card has that you sent.
Sent to the graveyard.
So Despot 6 has 6 stars, with it being Despot number 6, and
So
it's
that-
going to gain 3,000 attack points. Casually gaining 3,000 attack points. And the beauty of this is, because it's destroyed that by battle, he's going to be able to get back Despot number 6 straight to the field and defense position for essentially free. You have to bear in mind all these cards were from just one Despot number 3.
Yeah.
That's really good.
It's a lot to take in, to be honest.
Yeah, Patrick's going to be a little bit confused.
Patrick is not having a good time right now.
No. So Despot number 6 is obviously going to get special summon in defense position at some point, I think, after this battle's resolved and after he's used Dark Destroyer's effect and drawn a card of Max C just to boot.
Yeah,
and
it's
then,
just while you're at it, you also casually add another card to your hand.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So, yeah, when Despot 6 gets summoned, just conveniently, you can target one monster on the field and change its battle position. So, you can just change it from defense position straight to attack position. Conveniently.
And one thing you said, and we really have to emphasize again, it's just this one Despot 003 that was responsible for the field that Aaron is now sporting, which is 4 monsters, one of them with 3,000 attack, more than 3,000 attack.
Yeah.
And
so now
it's time to read some more cards.
Yeah. So
because Despot number 3 does have more attack now.
Yes, it should do. So it gains attack based on
if each Despot you
Despot
currently control,
it gains 500. So it's going to be able to just gain like 2/5, no problem. 1/5.
And the judge clarifies it because it seems to be too good to be true.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair assessment here.
Yep. I think he decided not. Oh no, sorry. Dark Eclipse doesn't summon from the deck. He gets to add a card to his hand. So, right. So he switches Despot number 4 into attack mode, and I think that also gets to do some stuff. No, it doesn't. So that's just it. So that's Despot number 4. Right. Okay. Yeah. He's just going to do some damage now. I think he just does some damage. Not a lot, and then he's going to summon Gear Giant X.
Yeah.
So for those who are not familiar with Gear Giant X, you can detach one of its Exceed materials to go search your deck for a machine-type monster.
Yeah, also one of the mainstays of this deck, really.
Yeah, it must be.
Actually, all machine decks.
Yeah, just all machine decks. Yeah, generally, if you can play level 4s, then you'll be playing Gear Giant X, because you can easily summon that. And with the potential of the Pendulum cards, it makes it even better. So he's going to go and search now. Let's have a look at what he searched. He's got a Gen X Ally Birdman. So he's going to be able to put the Despot 3, which is how this whole thing started, put that back in his hand, just to do that again next turn.
Yeah.
And summon that right there.
You can see a very big writing on the wall right here.
Yeah.
And all of that was happening on his very first turn.
Yeah, and from just one card, really. So, we went on about Despots quite a lot just then.
Yes.
However, the idea behind Cosmo is that you can do the same thing. You can just start summoning lots and lots of monsters and gain advantage. So let's see. Ooh, that's quite interesting. So Patrick has a Farm Girl and a Slip Rider. So he's going to be able to summon that Slip Rider. He's got 2 Slip Riders actually. So Slip Rider has the same amount of attack points as a Gear Giant X. So he's going to be able to use Slip Rider to attack into the first Slip Rider to attack into the Gear Giant X. Summon, let's say, Cosmo Strawman, and then Strawman's going to be able to use its effect to get another Cosmo card back from the banished pile, and then you can use that again to get the second Slip Rider out. He's going to be able to do some plays here. But obviously, Aaron has some back rows, so he's got Wabaku and Solemn Warning. So there's no chance of Farm Girl using its effect to connect to its opponent's life points and gain a card this turn because of that Wabaku.
Aaron also drew into more cards thanks to the Max C, so he's also holding on to Raigeki and Twin Twisters.
Yeah, that Twin Twisters is going to be vital next turn.
Yeah, but also Raigeki is a lot better in one of these decks where you want to go for this one big swing.
Yeah.
Where you really don't mind if your opponent is going adding cards back to his hand or something when you destroy his monsters, because you're like, yeah, but you're not going to have another turn to use all of those cards.
Yeah, so he decided to use Cosmo Town on his Dark Eclipser.
All right. And there is the Farm Girl.
Yeah. So as expected, because that's his only pilot. That people call them the smaller ones, the pilots.
The larger ones, the ships.
The larger ones, the ship. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So he's going to attack into Birdman. Birdman's only got 1400 defense. It gets banished when it leaves the when it leaves the field after using its effect. And I think I don't understand why he's playing Wabaku.
Yeah.
That was
Also, like, if he just activates Wabuku before Birdman gets attacked.
no. There was no possible damage there because
Yeah, because it was in defense position.
yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So anyway,
no, that's yeah.
there's the special summon, of course, of one of the ships, the Slip Rider, and
I understand why.
why Solemn Warning gone and it did negate it? Okay. Oh no?
No. That's not a thing. You can't do that.
Oh,
Yeah, you can't. You've got a warning the Farm Girl effect, not
right.
Slip Rider.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Why didn't he do that?
No, I think he did. I think we're a little bit confused in the game state right now.
Yeah, it looks like almost these two guys are also having a little bit of a misunderstanding. At least I'm not 100% sure here. Trying to figure out when that card has been played. So at the moment, Patrick trying to fight back with Slip Rider, Dark Eclipser in his hand. And this is his back row. Cosmojo, Emergency Teleport, and Cosmotown.
I think they're just figuring out what's going on here. Okay, I think Slip Rider's effect's just going through. Yeah, I think they've just had a misunderstanding here, and they're just continuing because they don't realize what's happened.
Right. Are we sure that the life points are correct that we see here?
Yeah, so Patrick will have taken some damage from the despots, but I'm unsure how much exactly.
Yep. All right, so the tin can is on the field. One of the most important cards of the deck as of right now. And now it's also time for Patrick to pay some life and get another card for his hand. Can you make that out? It's one of the ships, of course, but
Which one? Sorry. Oh, the ones
yeah,
that
he's
picking up
just
Tin
searching
Can.
for any of them, really.
Yeah, he's just having a look at which cards he wants to add with Tin Can.
All right, there goes Cosmojo. And currently, Patrick is holding on to the Emergency Teleport, Cosmo Dark Destroyer that he just added to his hand, and Cosmo Farm Girl. Yeah. And with the short delay, this Twitch chat is just now seeing the whole move with the Farm Girl.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, why has been Farm Girl not been like negated right away with Solemn Warning?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Maybe we'll be able to ask the players about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually unfamiliar with Speedroid Menko. I recognize the card, but I can't remember exactly what it does. I think it's some kind of like tuner thing.
Right.
It's obviously very, very relevant in Despots.
All right, so here we see that.
Yeah, so recently added to the card pool from High Speed Riders. It's whenever your opponent makes a direct attack while it's in your hand, you can special summon it in attack position, and then you can put all of your opponent's monsters face down. So a bit like Quaking Mirror Force, but from the hand. So we see Regeki come out here.
Yeah.
That's a, good play there to be able to just clear that Tin Can away. He's also got Twin Twisters, so he might be able to Twin Twister as well and deal with those back rows. We'll see.
And how much do you really mind discarding a card in this deck?
I think you do actually because of the ability to kind of special summon them from hands and things like that. But yeah, so he's going to go ahead and chain that to Tin Can's effect. So the cost of Tin Can has to be paid there to banish it before anything else goes on.
And what is Patrick going for?
So he's just going to be able to summon any of the ships that are in his hand, or potentially Farm Girl actually, if he wants to kind of just put that on the board. But he's okay. So he's going to play a teleport. What?
That's still happening in the chain, right?
That's still happening in the chain,
Yep.
which means it's getting Regeki'd. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what possible card he has that
He wants
let's
to
a
have
look at his deck
Regeki?
list, unless he's playing some really crazy card. No, he's not. He's only playing Cosmos. I don't understand why that's. It's just going to get Regeki'd.
So he gets a second Tin Can?
I'm dead confused.
Well, basically, he just wanted to play to chain it to the Twin Twisters to get some use out of the card. But
yeah, I get
the some use is like no use.
Yeah, seemingly. Okay, so that's Dark Destroy gone. So we're going to be seeing Dark Destroy's effects now. I think you're just discussing chain links there.
Yeah. Now Patrick is left with very few cards actually. I mean, the Cosmotown can put in some work for him and help him to fight back into this, but it certainly isn't looking great right now.
No. Well, we'll see. I don't quite know how the Despots function with not a lot of cards. So Despot 3 was the one that started the whole thing earlier. So, and he's still got his normal summon. So we might see a similar situation. However, yeah, so there's a Dark Witch. That's going to be the thing that stops him off here. So that can't be destroyed by battle. There might be a way of him dealing with that. I'm unsure. Obviously, he can like Castell it or something like that.
Right.
If he can get an Exceed play going. But other than that,
there are not that many options.
Well, yeah, I'm unsure about all the Despot effects.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain you're not the only one.
Yeah.
Although people tend to be very vocal on the internet about their opinion, no matter how correct it is. So are we certain this is the correct and right and most efficient way to play this matchup? Because it looks like I'm a little bit confused as to the whole Solemn Judgment thing by Aaron. Why didn't play Solemn Judgment?
Solemn Warning, yeah.
I think there was
I just think there was a little confusion as to what happened there. I don't think that was played 100% correctly. I don't think what happened there should have happened, to be honest.
Yeah. And in like the situation he would be in right now would be like a lot better, right?
It'd be just different, a lot different, because you'd have Solemn Warninged the Farm Girl. He wouldn't have had. He'd have also had a Wabaku.
Yeah.
So.
That's a card.
That's that's a thing.
At least another card.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. So at the moment, I think both decks are kind of running low on resources as far as their hands are concerned. So it's just a matter of seeing if this Despot deck can actually pick it up and play with not a lot of resources.
Right. Then we had the other somewhat questionable move with the emergency teleport on the Tin Can.
Yeah, that was
in
strange.
the chain to Raigeki, where we're not 100% sure if it really pays out to thin your deck.
Yeah,
to get a Tin Can that is otherwise a lot of use actually.
Yeah, well, because he's got Cosmotown, which can happily get back one of his ships from the banish zone. Why didn't he just leave the amount of low-level Cosmo monsters in his deck to function that way? I don't know why he would thin his deck in that way.
Right. In any case, it is seemingly Patrick's turn again, who just summoned. He's got the Wicked Witch on the field and Cosmotown, of course. He just added a second monster. That's the Strawman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's Strawman. So Strawman, great effect. You just pay 500 life points and you can summon any of your ships, any Cosmo card from your banish zone. So in this case, he's going to pick one of the ships. The reason behind that is because at the end of the turn, it gets destroyed, and now we all know what happens when the ships are destroyed. They go get things that are lower than their level from the deck and just special summon them right out there to the field.
Yeah. So lots and lots of advantage.
Yeah, so it seems like Cosmo have been able to function under the lowest amount of kind of cards in their hand, but obviously Strawman's pretty really good. So
yeah,
just one of those things. He managed to have the card that he needed to really recover his situation quite quickly.
Right. So suddenly, even though this super promising start from Aaron, he's like in a pretty bad position.
Yeah.
And it feels like it was entirely like caused by his non-activation of Solemn Warning.
Yeah, just that strange kind of.
What do you think is the reason? Like, is there any strategy for him to like walk that path, go down that road instead of the usual play?
I just think that it was they both got confused as to how that would work in the game, to be honest. So
yeah,
there's no real reason. So we see Reasoning here. So for those that don't know what that does, you call a level and then you mill cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard until you hit a monster that's summonable, and then if it's the same level as your opponent said, it just goes to the graveyard. Otherwise, it is summoned to the field. Now, 5 was a good choice here because Slip Rider would have been summoned, destroyed Cosmo Town, search for another Dark Destroyer. So that's that's a good choice. However, still, we see Aaron has got 2 cards. That's not a lot of cards right now.
Yeah, and the Gear Gigant just got taken down in damage in battle, of course, by the Dark Destroyer.
Yeah,
and it looks like Patrick can really be going to town right here.
Yeah.
And he is, with an emergency teleport, still in the battle phase.
Oh, yeah, that should be it then.
That should be it, yeah.
Yeah, no, that is it, yeah, just teleport. Oh, no, because he's got Speed Roid Menko. That's got a really relevant effect right now, literally in this exact situation, actually. It is summoned when you make a direct attack, and then that just Book of Moons all of your opponent's monsters. That puts them down in face-down defense position. It's a little bit like Quaking Mirror Force.
Yeah.
That's everything.
But it just comes from the hand.
Maybe it's just defense mode, not face-down.
Change all face-up monsters your opponent controls to defense position. Yeah, not face-down.
Yeah, not face-down. Okay, yes, just defense position. But still, it keeps him alive.
Yeah, it is a little bit worse because he can still go and exceed summon, for example, or do any other shenanigans that you can only do when the cards are face-up.
Yeah, it'd have actually been better. I don't know. It's hard to say. It'd have been good for him to not have the monsters face-up because right now Dark Destroyer is going to get destroyed. Then it's going to be able to use the effect, banish it, go get another Cosmo monster from the deck, which is super relevant because he gets to use Slip Rider, and Slip Rider is going to have the potential of destroying Cosmo Town, but by the looks of it, he's not going to do that.
Yeah.
That seems a bit, actually. Because otherwise, he wouldn't have let his opponent shuffle his deck. But yeah, we'll see what Aaron draws here.
Yeah, what is there? What can he draw that will get him out of this lock-like situation?
So Patrick doesn't have any cards in his hand, unless we just can't see his hand. But by the looks of it, if he just manages to deal with what's going on right now on the board, then it should be fine. So this Despot number 3 could do the same thing that it did before, where we saw it just appear out of nowhere and summon a monster and things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, we just actually got handed a little slip.
Okay.
By our judges. Because some of you guys on the Twitch chat have been calling out the judges. They're like, how is this not being handled properly?
And we were confused as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, warning was not used on Slip.
On Slip Rider.
Or Farm Girl. It just wasn't used, which is
a really
bad
was
move.
the question here. Why?
And it just got destroyed by Slip Rider.
And then Slip Rider crashed into Gear Giant X.
Yeah, so
everything was...
Oh, yeah, yes, everything was correct. Yeah, because Gear Giant X wouldn't be destroyed because of Wabaku, and he just straight up didn't play...
anything, really, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so, now we know that was just a really bad move.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
It seems like, overlooking that you had a back row.
Yeah.
Something like that. And that's really good news for Patrick, who had to read like every card in the Deskboard deck, trying to make sense of it all.
Yeah.
And then in the end, it kind of didn't really matter because Aaron did have all the answers, but simply didn't use them.
Yeah. So let's see how this plays out now. So Cosmojo, one of the newer trap cards in the Cosmo deck, being played by the Cosmo player there. So let's bring that up for you. It's really cool in the way that it functions. You get to destroy one of your own Cosmo cards and then banish one of your opponents. It doesn't target, which is great because you don't pick on its activation. You get to pick what you banish at resolution.
Resolution, yeah.
And because it's destroying one of your Cosmo cards, usually that's, some people think, oh, it's bad because you're destroying your own stuff. But with Cosmos, obviously, we know that they all
like getting destroyed.
Yeah, they like getting destroyed, especially the big ships.
Yeah. And that is finally it.
Yeah, that's it.
That was a long game.
That was quite a long game considering we were expecting it to be OTK City.
Yeah. And both of these players are really exhausted, I think.
Yeah, they will be.
After this first round. Patrick, of course, coming out on top, but quite the match, quite the thriller, really.
Yeah.
Between those two.
Yeah, so hopefully, that we've got a delay on the stream. Hopefully, the guys in chat can understand how that situation went. So I'm just going to explain it just once more. So Aaron had a warning set and a Wabaku.
Yeah.
And when
Farm Girl
used its effect, I think Aaron just got a little bit confused and decided to use Wabaku out of nowhere. I think maybe he was confused about the fact that Wabaku was going to stop him from using Farm Girl's effect or something. I don't know. Maybe he was just a little nervous, a little confused there. And then that's when he summoned Slip Rider, and obviously it was too late to use Warning, which is what I was talking about. And the reason we were confused was because Slip Rider then attacked into Gear Giant X and destroyed itself, which we might have thought was from Warning. And yeah, it was a little bit confusing. But there we go. So now we understand what happened in that situation.
Very confusing first game.
It was a little bit strange. It was strange because the way that you thought it would have been played out, it just wasn't. So
yeah,
he should have just warninged the Farm Girl.
All right. So, what is coming in from the side decks in this particular matchup?
So, as I said, I don't think that that Patrick's going to have much for Deskbot. So let's have a quick look, see what he's got. So System Down's probably the most relevant one.
Yeah.
Because, they're all machines. A couple of effect veils as well. That's not too bad. He can get Despot number 3 with that. And stop him from summoning a Despot from his deck. Aaron has probably got some decent stuff. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. He's got 3 System Downs.
He does. Yeah, System Down could be the game changer here.
Yeah, he's also got the Artifact kit as well. He's got 3 Sanctums and 2 Scythes, which isn't relevant in this particular game. I just thought I'd tell you about it because it's quite interesting. Yeah, not a lot of people play that anymore.
That first round took quite a little while.
It did. I'm really surprised how long that took, considering what we were seeing.
Yeah, the expectation hasn't quite met reality right here. All right, and there's some friendly exchanges in between the rounds. Both of these guys must be super surprised what's happening there.
So here we go. Let's see. I do wonder who's going to pick to go first here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's up to Aaron to decide.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether he wants to kind of get a turn to set up because he's playing cards like Wabaku that allow him to have that extra turn to set up and things like that. So maybe he tries to go first to try and get that that aspect there, or maybe not. We'll see. Obviously, going second, you're very safe that you're not going to get OTK'd because your opponent can't attack.
Yeah, there's a very low chance of that.
Yeah. I'd be impressed now to know if there is any possible way that he could win, which I don't think there is for the first turn.
All right. And who's the favorite going into the second game?
I think it's just whoever gets to go, whoever gets to get their setup first, I'll go second. I thought it would be second, but maybe not. So Aaron's chose to go first here. He knows his deck better than we do.
Well, so it seems. Some people on the Twitch chat would disagree with that statement. Well, maybe he doesn't know the deck better, but he doesn't know the way that the deck plays better.
Yeah.
At least not one particular card, which is Solemn Warning.
Yeah. So he gets Despot 2 here. So Despot 2 synergized perfectly with Despot 3. If it's special summon, you can add a Despot card from your deck to your hand. And of course, to boot, all machine monsters you control gain 500 attack and defense. Just for, why not?
Look at that hand.
Yeah.
This is as straightforward as it gets.
I feel sorry for Ryan, who's got to figure out all these different despots.
I hope he can just enter 002, for example, and then he's going to find it. I hope
he
doesn't
will.
Yeah.
As
you operated the app.
I did the app
long time ago.
Yeah, I did the app, and that was one of the things that we asked for, the way that you search for cards. So he's just going to be able to search for like despot space, and then he'll have all the despots.
Okay.
So
that's good.
Yeah,
that's really helpful.
Yeah, we were actually speaking about this between the round that when I was doing this, it was like an Infernity spellbook meta, and they were like feeling sorry for me because I had to search so many different cards. It was great.
All right.
So we see Patrick here using the Cosmotown effect again. Just a great little add-on for Cosmotown is that you can Magical Mallet some of your cards back. So now he's going to play Reasoning. Now we don't know what number was called here, but it certainly wasn't 5.
Yeah, that's a very fair assessment.
So yep, no reason to not destroy that Cosmotown and go get a search. So Cosmotown allows you to go and search for a Cosmo card from your deck and add it to your hand. That does include Cosmotown, by the way. So you can destroy Cosmotown and then get another one.
Yep.
So that just pretty much
thinning out
prohibits your opponent from doing that.
This is one of the better ways to thin out your deck.
Yeah. So Despot number 3 here is going to have a nice meeting with Farm Girl.
And there's nothing that Aaron can do with his hand, like in terms of reacting in your opponent's turn.
Yeah, Despot. Actually, yes, he can. Despot 3, during either player's turn, he can target a Despot, and it gains 500 attack for each Despot you control. So it has 500 to begin with, 500 from Despot number 2, which puts it to 1,000, and then Despot number 3, during the damage step, can just up its attack points to 2,000, which is just over Farm Girl's attack points.
Right, and was Patrick aware of that?
No, he wasn't, because Farm Girl's now in the graveyard. So he's just attacked into that blindly.
How does that happen? Did he not read the card? I
mean, saw him read.
He did it earlier, but did he forget how the card worked?
Must have.
Apparently,
Must have. So the Slippy's going to be able to hit over that for 300 damage.
Yeah.
But still, that's
like
that's not perfect.
I think that's the worst way to lose a Farm Girl, to be honest.
Yeah. Tell me about it. That is probably one of the worst ways. I think it's just revenge for when this deck used to play Honest.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's how it goes when you play against one of these rogue decks.
Exactly. Yeah, because you don't really know what all the cards do, and it's very interesting to play against. So Aaron's looking pretty good now. He's got a ton of Despots in hand. None of them are enough to Pendulum Summon. I don't think he's got any of the Pendulum Despots, but we'll see. It makes no difference. You don't want to Pendulum Summon into 3 back rows. Yeah,
especially looking at those back rows. I mean,
that's scary.
Patrick's got nothing on his hand right now. He's got the face-up Cosmotown. He does have the face-up Cosmo Slip Rider, and then he's got Solemn Warning, Solemn Strike, Emergency Teleport. That's all the answers, basically.
Yes, he's got the 2 Solemn Kit cards.
And
there's a normal summon, so there's nothing that can be done about that so far. So Solemn Warning can only be used against special summons, and then Solemn Strike can only be used against inherent special summons.
Yeah. So is it the right choice to leave those cards in actually against Despots?
I think it is. I think it very much is because a lot of them special summon stuff. I think he's probably going to be able to use Solemn Warning on Despot 4's effect.
Right.
Despot 4 is going to attack Slip Rider, gain enough attack points to get over it. Then it's going to try and activate its effect.
Yeah, and it's just now
I was reading it as well.
the Twitch chat has just caught up with what happened a minute ago.
Yep. So
And,
Despot 4 there just got destroyed by Strike. Oh, the beauty of that as well is that Strike's going to destroy that before any kind of battle occurs. So that's because it's during damage calculation. We've not actually decided which monster is going to be destroyed yet. So, at that stage, his Slip Rider still safe. Not that he wouldn't want Slip Rider to be destroyed right now. I think that wouldn't be too bad, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think Despot 4 doesn't have an effect. Doesn't have a cost. So he doesn't have to send that as a cost. Yeah, it's all effect. It's all effect. So right. So here we go. We're going to see some pendulum monsters now. So that's Despot number 5. Yeah, Despot number 5. So his pendulum effect is that he can't pendulum summon monsters except Despot monsters, and its effect can't be negated, and that's all he does.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Whereas
I don't understand why you played that.
Patrick during the end of turn or before the end of turn activated emergency teleport to get his tin can.
Yep.
So he's gaining lots and lots of advantage here.
Yep. So he gets the Dark Eclipse into his hand. I just managed to see the roll. So yeah. And again, that's a great use of Tin Can because you can. The way that you can perform your turn is you don't have to resolve teleport until right at the end, and you can just Tin Can, get another Tin Can out, use its effect, do that all before you decide to use your teleport's effect to resolve and banish your monster. So you can just get it off the field and summon the monster you've got with Tin Can.
Yeah. This game is going extremely unexpected.
Yeah.
Like, saying at first, yeah, this is going to be an OTK fest, we couldn't have been farther from the truth looking at this right now. It is almost like a grind, really, between those two.
Yeah.
But it seems like Patrick is gaining the upper hand bit by bit.
Yeah, I think chat's just pointed out that I was very wrong about Solemn Warning. Sorry.
Yeah.
You can warning normal summons. Yeah, but to be honest, I don't think he wanted to warning that one just because he knew he had Strike anyway. So
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Well, it does happen. I mean,
yeah.
that's the problem here. We are also under a bit of pressure, actually.
Yeah.
So sometimes, and when you have to talk so much, you're eventually going to make a mistake.
Yeah. But anyway, so we're on with Cosmos here. They seem to be rather in control. That Dark Eclipse is going to go in, do a big 3,000 damage. I think it's 3,000.
Yeah, the big question. Yeah, it is. The question is, what does Aaron have to fight back? Is the second copy of 003 that he has, of Despot 003 in his hand, is that going to be able to get him back here?
No, I think he's just...
He might be done already, right?
Yeah, no, that is definitely it.
Because we see those lots tagging in, tagging out during... in the
DD's going to get Farm Girl. Yeah, and that's it.
And that is it, yes. So here he shows his hand and he says, yes, look at this. I had a Royal Flush with Despots.
Yeah.
Just not exactly what you want to have.
Yeah.
So it look like on paper it looks like a very, very clean affair.
Yeah.
Straight up 2-0 victory for Patrick Haidari, but he cannot be 100% happy with that victory.
No.
Because of the way that everything went down.
Yeah. Solemn Warning twice in contention. First the game where Aaron, made a mistake with it, and then the second game where I made a mistake with it. Yeah.
Well, it seems to be the card, that was causing a lot of issues. And we did see the Waboku and everything. Some guys
play was really confusing.
Pointed out that if he just gets a Dark Destroyer earlier in that last game, the opponent has like nothing to get rid of it.
Yeah.
The Despot player, Aaron.
Yeah.
So it seems like there were at least some questionable plays.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a little tough because he spent a lot of time searching with Tin Can. I don't know whether he actually, I don't think he got to search at all with Farm Girl, so he wouldn't have been able to get a DD. But yeah, if he'd have got a Dark Destroyer off of Tin Can like in the first time that you used Tin Can, then yeah, it'd have been over even sooner.
Yeah. But that was a match that had quite a few takeaways, actually. One of them was definitely make sure you read your opponent's cards.
Yes.
And you understand them. Like,
Yes.
sometimes you have to... I mean, we've seen that players have read one card like 5 times, and that is not exactly acceptable.
Yeah.
But, like, having a little check just to make sure that this Despot 003 doesn't push itself to 2,000 attack, for example, that would have been really good.
Yeah, I think it's tough to keep track of the Despot attacks because they're all modulating the attacks quite a lot. But yeah, it's one of those things where what I do when I play, whenever anything ever attacks, even if it's in plain sight,
you just ask the opponent.
You can always ask your opponent what the attack points of their monster is before it attacks, or as it's attacking.
In this particular scenario, it wouldn't have helped because he can respond. It has 1,000 attack, and then
I guess so. Yeah.
I attack. Well, in that case, I'm using by effect.
Yeah.
Which reminds me a little bit of the original animated series, to be honest.
Yeah.
Where nobody was ever asking, what does your card do? And then always during the games, they were like, oh, by the way, I have like the third effect on this card, and it's doing this now.
Yeah.
And every time I was like, I guess this is cool, but like, it doesn't really work like
and now
that.
the sun's come out, this card does this.
Yeah. Right. Okay, well, Despot, not exactly tier 1 confirmed after this one.
No, but we saw 2 Despot players as well, didn't we?
Yeah, there was yet another one. While I was typing up the deck lists, actually. Not typing up the entire deck list, but just entering it in our app.
Yeah.
So we can show you the metagame breakdown. And we've seen a couple of other interesting decks. Like we have a Tellarknight player that at the beginning of this round was undefeated.
Yeah.
Maybe he's still going to be undefeated after this round.
Yeah.
Something.
If you guys want to see that, you should just let us know in chat.
Well,
and
I
we'll
think
try and get
at this point the general consensus seems to be bring us somebody who doesn't make misplays.
Yeah.
So it seems like the Twitch chat is really waiting for some of these guys.
Yeah.
If you want, of course, we can bring one of these guys in. We just wanted to give you a little bit more variety. What is your suggestion for the next round? Who would you like to see? Maybe some Federico Sopini.
Yeah, a bit of Federico.
Some Eugen Hyde.
Eugen or Joshua
Schmidt,
Marcelo
Barberi. All of these guys are here, by the way. Yeah, we're not making this up. Basically, everybody's here with more than 980 players.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to look through the pairings for round 4 as soon as we got them. We're going to take a very short break, be right back with the winner of this round, Patrick Haidari. Ask him a couple of questions, how that round went in his opinion, to hear from him. And, then we're going to be back with round 4. With that, we're signing off for now.
It's time to. It's time to. It's time to. Now is the time. Now is the time. We're pondering the ozone. I'm trying to get it to the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to do. Now get serious. Time to do. You're not invincible yet. Now is the time.
And we're back with Patrick Haidari, who just won the 3rd round. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Good start into the day, 3-0, undefeated.
Yeah.
That's nothing to flinch at. You brought Cosmo to the table.
Yeah.
Why did you pick Cosmo?
Because I think it's the strongest deck and it can make so easy OTKs, and this is why I took this deck.
We actually thought to see a lot of OTKs in that
but
match.
You didn't see any
yeah,
match.
And then suddenly it turned into a grind, and it took forever for you guys to finish each other. Not complaining, because we got to see a little bit more. Well, it was quite different. It wasn't what we expected this game to be.
Yeah, I really don't know no card from this archetype. That's what I heard about it, but I don't really don't know the card text.
Yeah.
And
You heard the legends of Deskbot, and then it was quite interesting in the first game when suddenly there's one monster on the field, and this one monster makes sure that there are 4 cards on the field. One of them has like 3,000 attack, and as an opponent, what is it like if you are playing against something like that and you've never seen it before, and suddenly there's a 3,000 attack monster on the field?
Yeah, it's really hard because you don't know how to play it. I don't know if he plays back row, but I see no back row first game, so I think he plays many hand traps. Then he plays the guy like his battlefield. He would change all my monsters to defense, and the
It's
monsters.
just confusing.
Yeah, it's really. I must read so much.
And after this match, are you like feeling like you got a better idea of how the Deskbot archetype is working?
Not really.
That's what I thought. Yeah. All right. So it's basically on your homework list for next event is going to be learn how this deck is working. Yeah.
But
All
I think the chance at the next event to play against Deskbot, it's not so high. So
yeah. Okay. That might be something. Yeah. What about your side deck? What did you side in after that? Well, let's talk about the first game first. You ended up winning that game, so that definitely positive. It didn't always look that way. It looked like it was really going for your opponent's favor.
Because the guy who specials the damage type who makes the effect, I don't see him coming.
Yeah,
it was like, okay.
Really surprising, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but you did win regardless. What did you side in after the first game?
I've side in 2 system downs because they are machine types. I think that was it.
Yeah.
Because I think he want let me start again, but he starts for this reason. I think system it's okay, it's good, but I only side out. I think 2 hours. I think so.
Okay. Okay. So the second game, again, he seems to have a good start, and suddenly you got everything, and then we saw the farm girl in play.
Yeah, because I read the guy who gives 500 push.
Yeah, that's what 003.
And I think the 500 push goes only to the end phase. So he have only 500. So when he says an effect and he has the same etiquette, I was wondering how does it work, and then it was too late.
Why didn't you like stop again or something and like just quickly check the card again?
I read the card, but it doesn't say for the whole the steals on the field. So
okay, so okay, well, one of those. This is never going to happen to you again, I think.
No,
like in your life.
I want to plus with Farm Girl. I want to search and.
Yeah, I mean there was an opportunity for that if you first attack over the other monster. And then attack with Farm Girl is what the Twitch chat pointed out. They were like, yeah, this is the correct play. And also something else that they brought up was if you go for Cosmo Dark Destroyer, in that one situation, there's like nothing your opponent has to get rid of Dark Destroyer. But this is only something you probably really only know if you know the Deskbot deck inside out.
Yeah, but because maybe he plays, I don't know what traps hand traps he plays, and I want to play it safer.
All right. Who did you play against in the first and second round? What decks?
First round I play against Monarch FTK.
That was a little bit easier, I guess. Like to make sense of it.
He starts and he draws like 20 cards and then he bricked. Also he can't finish his play. Then I give him OTK.
Okay.
And second game.
Must be nice.
Second game he make Allure, and I give him a low lockbird, so it was GG.
Okay, that's okay. This is probably one of the guys that dropped after the first round because he felt like his dreams just got crushed so
hard.
Yeah, we saw I think one Monarch player dropped after the first round. This might have been him. All right, second match. What was that like? Second round.
Second round I play against Pepe. Yeah, it was a good game.
Who do you think is the favorite going into this matchup, Pepe against Cosmo?
I think Cosmo.
Okay.
Because I play Dark on Regeki main, so they can make so many plus. I have 6 hand cards or 4 hand cards, 2 scales, 3 monsters in the extra deck, full field. But when you have the Dark Hole Regeki and you can kill him, it's not important.
Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter how many cards they have.
And I think Cosmo Joe it's too good. If he takes Cosmo Joe at Slayer on the tuner, he can now synchro summon more.
All right.
Don't much players play Chameleon, so they don't can circle summon again. So you have no, you're not scared about Ignister, so you can
All
play
right.
safer.
Cool. When did you get here to Prague?
With fly.
You flew here? Okay.
Yeah, last year with car, but it was 9 hours and
Okay.
horrible.
So you said, okay, it's better to come with a plane,
Fly.
of course. And you arrived here yesterday?
Yeah.
Are you going to stay here a little bit longer?
Yeah, Monday. Monday evening at 10 we go back to Germany.
Okay, so you're going to check out the city on Monday
Yeah.
then? Okay, that sounds like the right thing to do. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thanks.
Good luck for the rest of the day. And let's see if we see you again tomorrow, maybe in day 2.
Thanks.
We're here with Nadia from Peru. So that's two things that are very uncommon. First of all, we got a girl, and second of all, from Peru.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
I started judging in 2012, I think, and that was in South America.
Okay.
As you know, maybe in South America there are not so many
The
people
tournaments are
judging.
smaller, right?
Yeah, it's much smaller. But I got into the game.
How did
I
you get
liked
into
it.
the game?
Oh, because of my boyfriend.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that's normal for a lot of girls. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
In South America, it is.
It's also true for some boys. Yeah, we're not discriminating anyway.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I began with that, and then my boyfriend was judge. He's still a judge until now in South America and Peru. And I liked it. I really liked it that you can learn a lot from the rulings and how the game works and so on. So I decided.
How different was it for you when you started playing and then moving over to judging?
I think the most different thing is how people look at you.
Okay.
Because when I was a player, most of the guys were looking at me, oh, well, she does know nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really like that.
All
And
right.
I was a little bit like, oh, well, that's too bad.
All right.
But when I was a judge, they were a little bit more scarier. Like, okay, now she might
She's got
know.
authority now.
Yeah, maybe she might know what she's doing now. Okay,
That's
I cannot
interesting.
cheat.
Just by switching roles, suddenly people look at you in a different way.
Yeah, it was like that.
That's very different. That's very interesting to hear. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but maybe that only happened because I was a girl. Because of course at the beginning when I just started judging, most of them they just saw me and thought, well, maybe she's just trying. But after I
It's
showed
kind of mean.
them,
Yeah, it's kind of mean. But yeah, you showed them, right?
Yeah, after you show that you can do that,
Yeah.
then okay, they start believing you and there's more respect.
Right.
It's something interesting. And
How did it happen that you start judging in Peru and now you're in Europe and it's been the second or third time you're in our judge team this weekend, I think?
it's the second time.
Second time, yeah. How did that come together?
I'm now studying in Germany. And because of that, I decided to change judge programs from the US, the KDA program,
Yeah, the
to
US
here.
takes care of South America as well, yeah?
So now I decide, okay, I will try to apply for Europe because I'm going to stay here 2 years or maybe more.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, that's what's all. Then
How does it work? If I'm new to the judge program,
Yeah.
who do I have to call? Who do I have to write to?
Well, at that time was Julia.
Julia Hedberg?
Julia Hedberg, the one that gave me the address of, I think it's Europe Yu-Gi-Oh events at Konami something.
Right.
She just gave me the link, so
We got it up on the website, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So she gave me the link, and I wrote to, in this case, Adrian Fox, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And I told my situation that I am Peruvian, but I was a judge in South America, and I want to apply for the program in Europe. And yeah, he only asked me for my data, like my name, my COSI, and all those stuff.
Right.
And yeah, that was all.
And was it the first time you applied and you got picked right away?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Well,
steep career basically.
They of course ask you if you made all exams before.
Yeah.
So I had all of the requirements.
All right.
So that was it. And
Okay.
then I got the email to apply to one of the YCS,
Right.
and that was all.
What's the biggest difference between events in South America and in Europe?
That's a good question. I would say it's the amount of people.
Okay.
First of all, because the YCS I was in South America, that was in Santiago, Chile, was maybe 500 people.
Well, it's still pretty big.
It was still really a lot of people, but here when I was in Bochum, because that was my last YCS, it was 1,000.
More than twice as many. Yeah.
That was
Okay,
amazing
well,
for me.
That makes sense. Yeah. And do you also see a difference on the way that players are playing or people are behaving?
Yeah, here is a little bit more interesting because of the countries.
Right.
I really can see the difference between how players interact between each other when they are Germans or when they are Italian or when they're from Spain
Be
or
very
English.
careful what you say next. Yeah.
No, I mean they're just interact different.
Right. Yeah.
It's the same thing as I'm talking about South Americans.
Yeah. No, it is true. Like I think you can even see that in the judge team. Like we've had some great miscommunication between people just because the gestures are so different.
Yeah.
Like some French judges like to be very reserved, very calm, and then you have an Italian judge who speaks a little bit more with his body as a whole. And he was just instructing the French judge to do something, and the French judge was getting offended by it. It was like, oh, why are you all in my face? And he was like, oh, no, that's just the way I talk. So you can tell the differences between languages.
Yeah, and I must say that is also one of the big differences between Europe and South America. In South America, it's mostly Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah, so you have to master two languages that are kind of similar.
But it's actually the same.
Yeah.
But here, it really makes a big difference if you know more than two languages.
Right.
It's
you
really
do speak more than one language,
yeah.
or two actually.
Yeah,
you speak English?
Yes.
Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Do you speak Portuguese as well?
No, sadly no.
But
Maybe
you
I
can
understand.
make sense of it? Okay. And German?
And German, yeah.
Okay, well that's quite impressive. That's actually better than most European judges, which is very funny considering that you're coming from South America.
I'm happy to hear that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope you're going to have fun this weekend as well.
Yeah, I'm
what's your role this weekend?
What?
Your role? What are you doing this weekend?
First day Floor C and second day Dragon Duel.
Okay, so you're going to answer lots and lots of questions first, and then on the second day you take care of the smaller duelists.
Yeah, I hope I do it good.
Yeah, I'm going to be certain of it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, and that's it for now.
Hello guys, and welcome to YCS Prague. I'm here with Zach, who's from the UK.
Hi.
Hey Zach, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
So we're looking at the deck that he's playing for YCS Prague, which is?
Phantom Knights.
Yeah, so why did you decide to bring Phantom Knights?
It was fun. I find all the decks kind of boring, they're all very inconsistent, and this is just... I get to play BA basically again, but it's much better.
Okay, so you think it fits your playstyle?
Yeah, I enjoy playing like trap cards and control decks.
Yeah.
Grinding
so big trap lineups.
Yeah, you can OTK people as well, which is great.
Yeah. So there's only 6 Phantom Knight cards out at the moment.
Yes.
So do you want to talk us
through?
No,
there's a few more.
Oh, is there a few more?
Yeah,
they're
just not
the
great.
extra stuff. Yeah. So talk us through a little bit about the 6 that you do play.
Yeah.
Talk us a little bit about each one, and just give us a bit of detail as to which, why you play each one. So start with these monsters.
Yeah.
So the gloves, I understand that gives your monsters a lot of attack points when you exceed someone with it.
Yeah, you XYZ summon a dark monster using it as a material, gets +1,000 attack points. They stack as well, so you can get some very big attack monsters to swing over like Cosmo ships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I push the game. It also has, it's technically any copy of the other Phantom Knight cards in your deck, because if it's in your graveyard, you can banish it and send in another copy you need. So it helps sort of find what you're missing.
Yeah, so that's a good time to speak about. So the trap cards, they all have the same effect when they're in the graveyard.
Yeah, all of them can be banished to special summon a Phantom Knight monster in your graveyard, and you can only use the trap effect, once a time.
Yeah, but you've got 3 trap cards, so you can use one of each. So you can summon up to 3 from your graveyard.
You get like lots of extra normal summons before you even normal summon a monster.
Yeah, so talking about those, so these cards here kind of provide that in the fact that Terratop can do that.
Yeah, you're able to like special summon Terratop and then search either the Tackleberg or the dice. These are sort of almost utility monsters. You rarely ever use this effect at all because it will limit what you can summon afterwards.
Yeah.
But and this effect is actually super relevant, so you never want to forget this in your graveyard. But you're able to start like your turn off making a Dante or one of your break swords before you even normal summon, which is just great.
Yeah, and that's all from one card as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So that's I don't want to say free, but it's
it's like Tour Guide 2.0.
Yeah, so if your opponent's going to use some trap card on that, then that's really good for you.
A lot of time people will veil of this as well. I mean, if you've naturally drawn like this as well, you kind of blow them up a bit.
Yeah. So talk us through a few of the other cards that you're playing that aren't related to the archetype.
Right. Well, Mathematician is just a solid monster. It sends any of the Phantom Knight cards, so you have access to everything. Ghost Ogre and the Blue Lair are a toolbox with E-Telly. E-Telly is really broken now because of Blue Lair, because you can just play 3 E-Telly and 1 Blue Lair, and Blue Lair will keep recycling itself. So your E-Tellys are never dead. And it just allows you to make a rank 3 and start off your combos and carry on going. Also playing 3 copies of Twin Twister. Most decks don't want to be maining Twin Twister because discarding a card they don't get any value off of it. But in this deck, you can discard any Phantom Knight card and get immediate value. So it's almost a combo piece, allows you to go off, which is great. And I love being able to main it and not being a disadvantage.
Yeah, because obviously a lot of people are side decking it.
Yeah.
And another thing that not a lot of decks do nowadays is play a lot of trap cards. So obviously you can see you've got a lot of your trap cards out here. So talk us through about these 3 in particular.
Well, Emptiness is super solid because you're able to make a Key Beetle, and so you can have a Key Beetle Emptiness lock, which is really, really powerful. Yeah. And also your Key Beetle can have huge attack points thanks to your gloves. And then you've got the Solemn package as well. Solemn Strike is actually really a good position right now.
Yeah.
It's only bad against Monarchs.
Yeah.
But against the other 2 decks, it's just extremely powerful.
Especially big Pendulum summons.
Yeah. You need it against Cosmo as well, because it can be a big blowout.
Yeah, if they're going to summon a big scary ship, then
you
need to be able to deal with that. So yeah, so talk us a bit more about the Key Beetle. How do you actually play the Key Beetle? So I see a lot of your monsters are level 3.
So all of them are level 3. So the way you do this is by using Breaksword's effect when it's destroyed after it's been XYZ summoned. You target 2 of your Phantom Knights in the graveyard and summon them back, and then increase their levels by 1. You can then only summon Dark Monsters afterwards, but that's rarely an issue. So then you're able to go into a combination of Key Beetle, or a Dark Rebellion XYZ Dragon, or like many different Evil Swarm monsters, which are pretty cool effects.
Yeah, like Thanatos.
Yeah, so Dante is a great way just to get your deck going and put cards in the graveyards.
Yeah.
So you try end with a couple turn 1. One of the issues as well is because you'll be banishing your Phantom Knights to use their effects, is you might run out of Phantom Knights, but Levier allows you to bring them back, and just helps you also extend your combos as well.
Yeah, you can do even more combos because you can just keep getting them back.
Yeah,
and using their
your opponent has to remove the Levier as well, otherwise next turn, which is great because with a combination of your trap cards, you can very easily protect it and keep going off.
Yeah, so all of these have really good protective effects.
Yeah, at first I thought only the Fog Blade was any good, and the rest were kind of you went for the banish effects. But the more I kept on playing, I was like, actually their protection and attack boosting effects, this one's a permanent boost, is just extreme. It just blows up people out.
Yeah.
And it makes sort of dealing with Dark Destroyer a lot easier because you can protect your monster from being blown up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I mean, I know it seems kind of crazy, but even just so the gloves and cloak with the sword, they managed to stop Farm Girl attacking over those.
Yeah, I know. That's really good as well because people aren't playing Honest as well, because Honest isn't very good.
Yeah.
So you can just sort of catch people off guard, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and just protect those outright.
Yep.
So, many people were saying a lot of traps. Maybe you're going to draw a lot of traps. What do you think about that?
I'm fine with it because you've got stuff like Solemn Strikes, Warnings. You're able to just also the Fog Blade as well. You're able to usually sort of outlast your opponent basically to get to the point where you're drawing your monsters and you're able to make your plays. These also allow you to tend to protect the monster. So if you have to summon a monster and hope it lives for a turn, you're able to do that.
Yep. Which lets you do an XYZ play next
turn. Also, a lot of decks as well, so I guess Pepe, their hands can vary so much from being good to weak, and a lot of times they'll have meh hands, which you can easily just survive through and just
with all your mitigating trap cards.
Yeah.
And what was one of the big memories from last year?
So on the last day, we all decided to get Chinese buffet, because we talked about the entire week. And our friend goes in and is like, guys, I got this right. I'll order all the group stuff, and then you can each order your stuff. So we'll have 2 large ducks, all these dishes. And by the end of the meal, I think we maybe had half of one of the ducks. So basically got to take tons of Chinese food on the train home, which was great.
Yeah. One of the great things about coming to events like this is you get to see all those friends that you don't get to see very often, and you get to do things like that.
No, yeah, so for this event, I'm in an apartment with 11 Scots, a bunch of Romanians, and some English people. It's great. It's nice.
Right, well, good luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
And have a nice weekend.
Cheers.
Back to you guys.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to. Now is the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to duel.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Prague. We're here to talk about Cosmos with
Marvin Weber.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about Cosmos. So we saw them in Rimini. They'd just been starting out with all the new Cosmo cards, and they've got so much better since then, don't you think?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Tin Can. He's the one who you think's the best card in the deck at the moment.
Yeah, Tin Can are the best card in the deck because it push up your graveyard and makes +1 consistency. You can add a lot of Cosmo monsters you want. From
Yeah,
the deck.
so it was always kind of tough when you didn't have much access to choosing what Cosmo monsters you wanted in your hand, so that allows you to do that. And there's some really cool combos you can do with getting multiple Tin Cans out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So so you picked out all these cards, and you were going to talk through the reasons. So why did you pick Slip Rider?
Slip Rider are one of the best Cosmo monsters because you can pop up back row from your opponent, or maybe your own one, like Cosmo Town, to resolve Cosmo Town's effect, to search another Cosmo card from your deck.
Yeah.
It's
And
really
you can also use it against Pendulum Scales.
Yes, for sure.
So that's
you can pop
very
up
important.
every spell trap card.
Yeah. So a card that we've not seen a lot in Cosmos recently is Reasoning. Now, tell us a bit about why you've chosen to play Reasoning.
You need Reasoning for the extra summon in Cosmo, because you got only the normal summons of the small one and not for teleport. And if your opponent plays a lot of traps, you need to summon. Summon.
Yeah.
That's the
So there's a few decks that are playing quite a lot of trap cards, or even trap tricks for Fleischer, who you can get trap cards from the deck. And you thought that just having 2 ways of summoning per turn isn't enough, so you decided that you wanted to play Reasoning as well as Call of the Haunted.
Yeah.
So so a lot of people are playing Oasis of the Dragon Souls. Why are you playing Call of the Haunted?
You play many copies of Call of the Haunted, like 3, and Oasis like 1, 2, or 3 copies. So you can play 6 Call of the Haunted.
Yeah.
The Call of the Haunted are the best one. It's a better one like Oasis, because you summon the monster in attack position.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
So you can just you can use it even like during your own battle phase to hit them for more damage and things like that. So Solemn Strike is
you fill up your graveyard with Tin Can.
Yeah.
Like Dark Destroyer or Slip Rider, and Call can summon one of them. You can pop up himself for Farm Girl, or you can pop up with Slip Rider, your Call of the Haunted for Farm Girl.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
push
So
easy for an OTK.
yeah, a lot of access to
Yeah.
Farm Girl. So you think that Tin Can really has made the deck more consistent?
For sure.
Yeah.
Without Tin Can, you can't play this fun competitive tournament like YCS. I think so.
Yeah. So Cosmojo as well was an introduction of the first trap card for the Cosmo archetype.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
Cosmojo are really good, because you can pop your Cosmo monster
Yeah.
and banish 1 card of your opponent. It doesn't target,
Yep.
and the Cosmo monsters resolve and summon another one from the deck. So
Yeah. So that's got to be really interesting in the mirror match when you're
Yes,
playing against other
yes.
Cosmos and you're trying to get rid of those ships. So let's talk a little bit about that last trap card that you put, Solemn Strike. Why is that an important card in your deck?
Solemn Strike are, in my opinion, the card of the format. You need Solemn Strike to win every game. I think so. It is.
Yeah. So
Your opponent starts with Solemn Strike. It's really heavy for every deck to push up against Solemn Strike. Yeah.
yeah. So and with some of the changes, so we don't have Ptolemaeus anymore.
Yeah.
It's become more difficult to summon Cyber Dragon Infinity. Why have you put him here? So your deck has quite good access to that.
Yes. With double Slip Rider, you can easily go for Cyber Dragon Infinity, and Cyber Dragon Infinity are a really good card.
Yeah, 'cause
I don't think we must talk about it.
Yeah. So were you in YCS Prague last year? Were you here in Prague last year?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have a good time?
Yes, for sure. Prague
Yeah?
are amazing.
Yeah. So you decided to come back this year.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Thank you very much for letting us have a look at your deck, and good luck in the tournament.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Welcome back to what I would like to call the YCS halftime show. We're still in between rounds. We don't have the pairings for round 4 ready just now.
Nope.
However, what we can do for you guys is break down some statistics. This is the new feature that we kind of teased at earlier. Now, thanks to the help, some thanks are in order, by the way.
Yeah, oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So first of all, thanks to the help of our volunteers, like our judges actually very busy, took down the info for all the players in the event, every single one of them. So that's been a big deal, of course.
Yeah.
Entering 1,000 results. And also thanks to the guys from 11 Media who came up with this app in the first place, who programmed all of this.
Yeah.
All right. Having said all that, let's take a look at the popular decks. This is our entire metagame breakdown. As you can tell, the other category, being the most popular category of them all here, if you add up these numbers, you do not end up on the exact number of players in the tournament. The reason for that is because we have another of other archetypes that we had defined in the app.
Yeah.
That are like Phantom Knights, like Magician Pendulum, and so on. And they make up less than they didn't make it into the top. So there are a few more of those. Basically, they should have just been added to the other category.
Yeah.
All right.
So, and people might say like, oh, well, there's just loads of others. Is that coming out of bug or anything? No, that is just that there's a lot of other decks.
Yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily, that shouldn't be ignored.
That is true.
That is a big thing, that there is a lot of other decks.
Yeah.
That just shows that there's a massive, diverse pool of the decks that we're seeing played here.
We
at
cannot
YCS
talk
Prague.
about an established metagame just yet. When I typed up the deck list, there were like 3 in a row that were playing Yang Sing.
Yeah.
2 guys were playing Teller Knights. The Deskbot deck that we just featured in the last round, I came across that when I was typing up the deck list.
Yep.
All right. Now let's take a look how these numbers have been changing. So that is now round 2. Almost identical. Still, the trend is very much the same than before. We have a few, basically everybody lost a few players. So this is going to be more interesting when we look at round 3. And suddenly we have 224 Draco Performer Paul, which is so down from 232 at the start of the day. So they just lost 6 players.
Yeah.
Then we started with 192 Monarch players. Now they are 185. So
that's round 2 that we're seeing there.
Oh, is it round 2 still?
Yeah.
There we go. This is round 3 now. Oh, I think this is always after the round. I think there might be yeah.
Right, okay. So this is after round 2.
Yes,
that makes
this
sense.
is still news
So
to us,
start
but
round 3.
yeah. All right,
Okey-dokey.
so this is going to be more interesting later today. Let's bring you something else. This is the top standings that we have right here. I'm just going to quickly go for Mr. Barberi, who we are going to feature next round. So here's some spoiler alert for you guys. Marcelo Barberi is our featured player in the next round. So it's basically his tournament history. First, he's undefeated. We know that for a fact from talking to him. The first round he went up against Alexander Kamin in a kind of mirror match because Marcelo is playing a special version of Monarchs.
Yeah, he said to me that he's playing Monarchs, but without Idea, quite a key card that was released in the structure deck. So that's just a little bit strange. So it's not just going to be a standard Monarch deck. There's definitely going to be some other stuff. We've not got his deck list quite yet, but we will be able to show you all about that tell you all about that when we get hold of his deck list.
Right. Another thing we can show you, of course, is we got the pairings right here. That is round 3 still. So probably maybe not that interesting because we don't have the results in from round 3 just yet, but we're going to have that very soon. This, for example, would be round 2, and that is interesting because we can do the same thing with the standings. So at some point later today, it's going to be very interesting to see what is happening at the top 32. Who is locking himself up for the top 32? Who is still needs to win another match? All of that will be looking a lot more interesting later today.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to do this for you guys throughout, as we're going through the tournament here. And things like this, it's brand new. We're gonna be able to track all these guys so we can see who's on those top tables, see if there's any names you recognize, who's at the top of the standings there, and yeah, just show you guys what's going on in even more detail.
Right. Anybody else that we want to highlight? Some other named player that you really feel like?
Let's see where Federico's at.
Yeah, Federico Supini. Some of you have asked about him. Also, one of the guys is always very successful at these larger events. Here we go. He had a good start. He's actually 2-1 because I just talked to him. But he, as we can see here, we can see that. You guys can't. He lost the second round against Mario Milic.
Yeah, so you can see that actually. You guys can see that on screen because the winner is always highlighted.
Right.
Yeah.
And in the third round, he won with his mono deck against Omar Mesabi. I think Omar is one of the guys who's from Kuwait, in fact.
Ah, okay.
Who made, I'm not 100% sure, but he should be one of those guys that made the very, very long trip from Kuwait to play in yet another European YCS.
Yep.
All right, let's just bring up one more player before we finish this. Okay, there are a couple of Joshuas. Name another guy that we want to have. I think the problem with Joshua Schmidt is that Joshua is a very popular name, and Schmidt is a very popular name.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
But we found him.
Yep.
Oh, okay. And now the app just crashed. All right. Well, we still got some bugs to tweak, as you can tell, guys. But I hope we were able to give you like a rough idea of what this can do for you. It's going to be more interesting later today when we have the results in from almost all of the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be able to see that exact breakdown of the decks that are winning and being in those top tables. I really like the view where you can actually see the standings and the sheets of the actual pairings.
Right.
Like so you can see the top tables, everyone who's up there. That's quite a cool little view.
Right. Okay, well, that's it already from the halftime show. We have been waiting for 2 more results when we started this little segment. Yeah. I think there was also an investigation underway. That's something that can happen at these larger events.
Yeah, so the
judges make sure that everybody's playing according to the rules, and they are talking to the player to find out if it was intentional or not. If it was intentional, he's not going to finish this tournament.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he can get away with match loss, game loss, something like that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it for now. We expect to have the round 4 pairings very soon, where we're going to be back with our feature match of Marcelo Barberi. Until then, guys, stay tuned.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to. Now is the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to duel. Now get serious. Time to duel. Now is the time.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Prague. We're here to talk about Cosmos with
Marvin Weber.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about Cosmos. So we saw them in Rimini. They'd just been starting out with all the new Cosmo cards, and they've got so much better since then, don't you think?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Tin Can. He's the one who you think's the best card in the deck at the moment.
Yeah, Tin Can are the best card in the deck because it push up your graveyard and makes +1 consistency. You can add a lot of Cosmo monsters you want.
Yeah, so it was always kind of tough when you didn't have much access to choosing what Cosmo monsters you wanted in your hand, so that allows you to do that. And there's some really cool combos you can do with getting multiple tin cans out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So so you picked out all these cards, and you were going to talk through the reasons. So why did you pick Slip Rider?
Slip Rider are one of the best Cosmo monsters because you can pop up back row from your opponent, or maybe your own one, like Cosmo Town, to resolve Cosmo Town's effect, to search another Cosmo card from your deck.
Yeah. And you can also use it against Pendulum Scales.
Yes, for sure.
So that's
you can pop up every Spell Trap card.
Yeah. So a card that we've not seen a lot in Cosmos recently is Reasoning. Now, tell us a bit about why you've chosen to play Reasoning.
You need Reasoning for the extra summon in Cosmo, because you got only the normal summons of the small one and not for teleport. And if your opponent plays a lot of traps, you need to summon. To extra summon.
Yeah. So there's a few decks that are playing quite a lot of trap cards, or even trap tricks for Fleischer, who you can get trap cards from the deck. And you thought that just having 2 ways of summoning per turn isn't enough, so you decided that you wanted to play Riesing as well as Call of the Haunted. Yeah. So why are you? So a lot of people are playing Oasis of the Dragon Souls. Why are you playing Call of the Haunted?
You play many copies of Call of the Haunted, like 3, and Oasis like 1, 2, or 3 copies. So you can play 6 Call of the Haunted.
Yeah.
The Call of the Haunted are the best one. It's a better one like Oasis, because you summon the monster in attack position.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
So you can just you can use it even like during your own battle phase to hit them for more damage and things like that. So Solemn Strike
you fill up your graveyard with tin can.
Yeah.
Like Dark Destroyer or Slip Rider, and Cole can summon one of them. You can pop up himself for Farm Girl, or you can pop up with Slip Rider, your Call of the Haunted for Farm Girl.
Yeah.
You can push easy for an OTK.
Yeah, a lot of access to Farm Girl. So you think that Tin Can really has made the deck more consistent?
For sure.
Yeah.
Without Tin Can, you can't play this fun competitive tournament like a YCS. I think so.
Yeah. So Cosmojo as well was an introduction of the first trap card for the Cosmo archetype.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
Cosmojo are really good, because you can pop your Cosmo monster and banish 1 card of your opponent. It doesn't target.
Yep.
And the Cosmo monsters resolve and summon another one from the deck. So
yeah, so that's got to be really interesting in the mirror match when you're playing against other Cosmos and you're trying to get rid of those ships. So let's talk a little bit about that last trap card that you put, Solemn Strike. Why is that an important card in your deck?
Solemn Strike, in my opinion, is the card of the format. You need Solemn Strike to win every game. I think so. It is.
Yeah. So
your opponent starts with Solemn Strike. It's really heavy for every deck to push up against Solemn Strike.
Yeah. So and with some of the changes, so we don't have Ptolemaeus anymore.
Yeah.
It's become more difficult to summon Cyber Dragon Infinity. Why have you put him here? So your deck has quite good access to that.
Yes. With double Slip Rider, you can easily go for Cyber Dragon Infinity, and Cyber Dragon Infinity are a really good card.
Yeah,
I don't think we must talk about it.
Yeah. So, were you in YCS Prague last year? Were you here in Prague last year?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have a good time?
Yes, for sure. Prague are amazing.
Yeah. So you decided to come back this year.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Thank you very much for letting us have a look at your deck, and good luck in the tournament.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Good morning and welcome for the coverage of YCS Prague. It's been a while, 6 months no coverage, I can't believe it.
No, it's been such a long time.
It's like withdrawal basically at this point. But finally, we're back, and it's going to be an amazing event this weekend. 1 year ago, we went to Prague for the first time ever, had a little bit more than 600 players. Very nice event, just because the city is so nice. Prague is such a great city to visit. You haven't been there, right?
Yeah, it was so unfortunate. It was the one event
I couldn't.
I was in Shanghai at the time.
All right, I think in terms of excuses, that's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
All right. Back then, do you still remember the dominant deck?
It was Necros.
Necros, right. And I think basically all year last year, Necros was considered to be the top contender.
Yeah.
However, the winner wasn't Necros. It was Valent Le Tertre from France. First time in many years that we've seen a French champion rise to the occasion. Steal the title basically in Prague.
Yeah, he went all the way with his Burning Abyss deck.
Yeah, and he basically set the stage for the next event last year, which was YCS Bochum.
Yeah.
At this point, it's almost a given that if the YCS comes to Germany, we have more than 1,000 players. This time the same, 1,111, very easy to memorize. Yeah. And we saw another famous player rise to the occasion.
Yeah.
Luca Cittoni.
Luca Cittoni, yeah.
Right.
So he's been up there with the greats for a very long time, and it was finally that one event that he broke out and finally won one.
And you said you could definitely tell just like by looking at him.
I was there. I was outside the curtain of the event area, and the moment that it happened, that the final play,
everybody was like,
it was just
wow.
The curtain drew back. Everyone was cheering. Right. He was really emotional.
Yeah,
you really
could tell.
feel it.
Luca was so happy. One of the greatest winners we've ever had.
Yeah.
Made it to the top 8 twice before, but this time he went away with the title.
Yeah.
Then last year we had the European Championship in Dublin, of course. Also very, very nice event. I got fond memories of Dublin. I think you got some fond memories.
Yeah, it was the first event that I managed to do the entire coverage.
Right.
So I was with you guys the whole time.
Which is also kind of crazy because at this point I feel like this is just a given that we're doing commentary
Yeah,
together.
I know.
But of course we get some other guys who are very talented, and who we're going to see this weekend.
Yeah.
Because Rob is actually attending as a player.
Yeah.
In full Kaiba makeup.
He is, yeah. Yeah, I look forward to getting him on stream.
Yeah, let's hope so that he's doing well enough.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, we had a player not from, let's say, mainland Europe winning the title.
Yeah, it was Ido Marcus.
Yes,
Yeah.
from Israel, who's quickly gathered a following.
Yeah, he was kind of unknown. I have a story about Ido Marcus. He beat me in the finals of a YCS trial in the European Championships 2013.
Oh, okay, I was about to ask, is that how he secured his ticket
Oh,
for this year?
no.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever met him. I'd obviously not heard of him before, but
Right.
yeah.
Very nice guy, right?
Yeah, absolutely lovely. And he always plays quite quirky little things inside his decks. Even if he's playing the deck that everyone else is playing, he always plays something that's a little bit different.
Okay. So that was the European Championship. We had one more event last year, which was, of course, YCS Rimini, the YCS on the beach in Italy.
Yeah.
Very nice event. And the top 4 players, all of them were Italians.
Yeah.
That's something we haven't
Completely.
seen in a very long time. And do you expect something like that this weekend?
I couldn't say. I mean, we're in a place where a lot of different people could get here. It's easy to get to.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a couple of guys from the UK, from Germany. Some French players made the trip. Some Dutch players made the trip.
Yeah.
Very international field this weekend. So I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that we're not going to see 4 guys from the same country in the top 4 this weekend.
No, exactly. I think it's quite a diverse field.
All right. So we've covered that. We said last year Nick Ross was the
Yep.
big elephant in the room.
Yeah.
I think Rimini was the first time that we've also seen a different deck that is still very competitive, which is Cosmo, right?
Yeah, it was the first time. So Peter Gross came with his Cosmo deck, and he showed us kind of how that began, the journey of Cosmo.
Caught a lot of people by off guard, basically.
Yeah,
who were
exactly.
not prepared for that particular deck.
Yeah.
And it's been here to stay, basically. It's
Yeah.
still around.
That's in fact their playstyle. They catch people out by surprise, just out of nowhere. They can produce a lot of damage.
Right.
Just out of nowhere, which is fantastic.
You're our resident strategy expert, Luke. What other decks are now in competition that we could see rise to the occasion in Prague?
So I think it would be crazy not to talk about the recent adjustment list that we had at this point. So it's kind of up in the air at the moment. We've just had a list. There's
2 weeks
a bit
ago?
new sets, not long ago. There's like 5 or 6 different decks. So there's Mermail, there's Draco Pals, Cosmo.
So it's a very nice mix of new
Monarchs,
decks,
obviously.
and actually also very old archetypes coming back.
Yeah, so Mermail's got their new card, the Neptibus. It's an Atlantean card, but obviously helps Mermail.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of seeing which one rises to the top.
Right.
So
what's your pick? What do you think is going to win?
I think Cosmo's going to win.
Okay.
I'm going to say Cosmo.
I heard from some reliable sources that Pepe is still a contender. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, it's not the original Pepe deck that we kind of got that adjustment list for. It is the Draco Pals is what it's being called. So it's just using the Performer Pals and then a lot of the Draco Slayer engine as well.
We're going to talk about strategy some more, of course. We also prepared an exclusive piece of content where Matt Bell, many of you will still remember him from doing commentary, will explain to you in detail why they made the decision of the adjustment list. Something I would look forward to very, very much.
Yeah, I think a lot of people out there are going to be
very clear explanation.
wondering.
It's very hard not to agree with him after you've seen the clip.
Yeah, certainly. I wish everyone could see it.
Yeah.
Which they're going to
We're
get to
show it a couple of times this weekend.
Yeah.
All right. So on a scale from 0 to 10, how excited are you for YCS Prague this weekend?
I can't even put it on a 0 to 10 because we're
basically on an 11.
Yeah, we haven't done this in such a long time. I'm so excited.
Like I said, withdrawal symptoms all over the place. We're so much looking forward to this event this weekend. And guess what, guys? We got some new features for you as well. This weekend, we're going to work with some new technology, new software, so we can bring you even more stuff. You will see more than ever before. I'm not over-promising. We're going to be under-promising at this point and over-delivering. So look forward to the coverage of YCS Prague this weekend. It's going to be an amazing event. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned for 48 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh! Coverage. Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Prague 2016, the large edition, the XL edition of YCS Prague, with almost 1,000 players showing up. My name is Oliver German. Oh, okay, I'm getting confused. I'm your host for the weekend, and I'm joined here by Luke Withington.
How's it going, Ollie?
Always a pleasure to work with you. For our round 4 feature match, you guys know this because we just told you in the halftime show, we picked Marcelo Barberi. Marcello, by the way. Marcello Barberi is the correct way. And his opponent in this round is Robert Smith from the UK.
Yeah, who just happens to be someone I know quite well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, well, you guys know we picked Marcello first, so it's not that we picked him because...
No, exactly. I was just as surprised when he walked through the curtain as he was.
Right. The reason why we picked Marcello is his deck, of course. He's playing Monarchs, and you put it this way, he's not playing the best card.
Yeah, well, so he's not playing Idea. Now, a lot of people have started picking up on this, and they've been saying it's very vulnerable to,
Effect Veiler, for example, yeah.
As a good example, yeah. So he's just decided to forego playing it whatsoever. He's just relying on the Quantum cards.
All right. And what do you think is... I mean, obviously it's working out for him. He's undefeated at this point. His opponent, Robert, we can actually look at his match history. He was playing against Heiko Schulte in round 1, who was playing Mermails, or Atlantean. Second round, he was winning... winning, full stop. We always have 2-1, but I think it's always... we don't even have the exact match results.
Okay.
Second round, he was going up against Ryan Bachus from Germany, who was playing one of the other category decks, so that could be anything like Yangtze, Black Wings,
or Dynamists.
Terra Knights. And in the last round, he was playing against Stefan Frankowski, also from Germany. This guy is really on a train, like
hunting the Germans out
here. Germans, yeah. Stefan Frankowski, who was playing Draco Performer Paul, the most popular deck of the day that we didn't even see so far.
No, we haven't.
Somehow dodged it. Instead, we've seen a lot of Cosmo, and this round will not be any different because Robert Smith is actually playing Cosmo.
Yep.
What do you make of his deck here?
Yeah, it seems standard. He's in one copy of DOG Fighter. I know that amongst my friends, they thought the DOG Fighter was a good one of, just because it's quite nice if you manage to get in a really low resource situation. You can summon DOG Fighter and then just, you get a couple of tokens in their standby phase, then your standby phase, and then you've got like 6,000 damage on the board. Which is,
He's playing one copy of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. This is like very tiny differences between the Cosmo decks, it seems.
Yeah, some people have decided to drop Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
It was a dead card in one of the matches we saw earlier.
Yeah.
It's not always good. What do you make of Vanity's Emptiness? A card that used to be super, super dominant.
Yeah.
At the moment, we don't see it like popping up in large numbers.
People are kind of, especially with Monarchs coming around and special summoning not being, too big of a thing.
Yeah.
It's being dropped from people's decks, but I think especially in like Phantom Knights, it's really, really good. In the Cosmo Mirror match, it's really, really good.
Yeah.
If you've got the biggest chip on the field, you can play Vanity's Emptiness, and then you're gonna
just go from there.
You're gonna have the biggest chip on the field forever.
So there are still some appliances.
Yeah.
Right. Let's take you guys to the table where these two are absolutely ready to get their game on. We got Marcello on the left. You can always tell him by his beard.
Yeah.
Although Robert is also sporting a beard.
Yeah.
Quite a manly one. On the right. So it is Italy versus UK. It is Monarchs versus Cosmo in our round 4 feature match for YCS Prague.
Okay, so we're going to see the hands loading in here.
Yes. Let's start with Marcello. Got 2 copies of Ether, the Heavenly Monarch. Or Ether. What's the correct way to pronounce it?
Ether, yeah. Ether, Ether. It's one of it.
It's no common agreement.
Yeah.
All right. Pantheism of the Monarchs, Terraforming. On the other side, we see Robert with an Effect Veiler, Darkhold, Raigeki, Call of the Haunted.
So it's quite funny here, really, that immediately we've seen that, Effect Veiler is, is there, and if he'd have had an idea, then he would have been, been Effect Veilered. So it's Terraforming. So, I got told by Marcello that he was playing quite a turbo version. When I say turbo version, he was playing, a couple of terraformings, a couple of chicken games, just to speed up the deck.
I think in this one regard, Marcello is a little bit different than most of the other so-called better players, most of the other veterans.
Yeah.
They always go for the kind of slower decks that have a lot of options, whenever Marcello can, he will pick the deck that finishes games as
More
fast as
quickly.
possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gives him more time to recuperate in between rounds, which is also a very big deal. Otherwise, you might make some misplays, or you might forget what a card did, even though you just read it the game before.
Yeah.
We've seen all
Here
of
we
that.
see perfect execution of the way to use Super Quantums here. So he's going to be able to put the blue layer back in his deck, actually, which is really useful to be able to just be used by emergency teleport again. It's basically just one card you put in your deck, and then you can use it as a teleport target forever.
Right.
Which is obviously really useful when you need tribute fodder.
Yeah, that sounds like something.
Yeah. So he's going to send 2 of his Monarch spell traps to the graveyard to use Ether's effect, probably a Prime Monarch as well, along with that Patheism.
So this is, in a way, the usual opening.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's going to be putting a Prime Monarch in the graveyard as well. Or he's thinking about it. Put a March of the Monarchs in the graveyard. So I think the reason he would have done that is because you can recover them somehow. I can't quite remember how, actually. But there's a way you can recover them from the Banish Zone. I think that might be with Eidos, actually, so that wouldn't be relevant here. But yeah.
Okay. Is Effect Veiler ever going to be a really good card in this matchup?
Yeah, so he could have played it there against Erebus, against Ether, actually.
Ether, yeah.
But he chose not to. I guess he might. This is the thing. He might be like getting mind gamed on a completely different level here. So he's thinking, oh, I'm going to save Effect Veiler for when Idea comes out, which isn't going to happen.
Yeah, well, he does have removal in his hand though.
Yeah,
lots of it.
Yeah, so a big dark hole here could really change the
So he really doesn't mind his opponent like unloading that much.
No. So he plays Tenacity of the Monarchs, revealing the other Ether that he had in hand, which went and got him a Prime Monarch, and then he discarded that with Patheism to draw 2 cards. And now let's see where Marcelo's hand is shaping up.
Yeah, we still got another copy of Ether. We got the Super Quantum Red Layer, and now the 2 new cards, Kuras, the Light Monarch, and Max C.
Yeah, so he plays the Prime Monarch as well. He plays it during his turn because it has that limitation of once per turn on it, once during either player's turn. So he can actually summon Ether here. And I think he drew a Maxi as well, just to add to it.
Wow.
So yeah, we were talking about some struggles of people, with the Monarch deck really struggling with their hand. If they don't have what they need, then it's just a bit of a blowout. But
yeah,
he really had what he needed there, and I think that Dark Hole's not going to set him back too much because Robert has next to nothing.
Yeah, he's nothing to apply any pressure, really.
Nope, no pressure at all. And then in the end phase, he's going to see that Prime Monarch return to the field again.
Well, so far, really, really good news for Marcello.
Yes.
The only so-called floodgate that Robert is holding on to is Vanity's Emptiness, which is especially bad against Monarchs.
Yeah, pretty irrelevant right now. So let's see what Robert picks here. He's going to pick March. So, no, not March. I get mixed up between March and the other one, and his deck list.
Return of the Monarchs?
Return of the Monarchs, that's it. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, his deck list written in Italian, and I was trying to find it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And also his deck list is written in a handwriting that cannot be called a handwriting.
Yeah. So, Return of the Monarchs, whenever you successfully tribute summon a monster, you get to, depending on its attack and stuff, you get to go and search your deck for some another monster, which is very useful.
Yeah, that's one of those additions that are not that necessary if you have a Twitch chat full of experts.
Yeah.
There is the Effect Veiler finally coming down.
Yep.
Probably one of the best situations, I guess.
No, not
really.
Not ideal. Not ideal.
Well, I mean, in this particular matchup, like it doesn't get much better for him.
No, he's gonna have to. I think he just had to use it just to get it used. I think, so that he didn't get any further behind.
All right, and now it's time for first blood. Marcello going in,
big 2/8, I think.
Yeah, dealing that first damage.
Yeah, 2/8.
What does Robert need to draw into here? I mean, he does have a Raigeki, so you can get rid of the field again.
Tin can it be useful? Did
he
just draw Raigeki?
No, he still had that from
the
very beginning. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so a tin can would be useful right now. But he got a Dark Destroyer. That's tough. I think he's probably thinking right now, do I just Regeki? Okay, he chose to not Regeki.
Yeah. He wants to save it for a better situation, but the question is there going to be a
I
better
don't think there's going to
situation?
be much
Or
more.
is he going to see any other situation, really?
No, I think this could be all she wrote. I mean, he only needs one more Erebus on the field. But he could just well, I guess he doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to overextend into like 3 back rows.
Yeah, Monarchs have they are used. They are known for dominating the grind. At least back in the days, that was what they were really good at. The longer the game was going, the more likely it was for the Monarch player to emerge victorious.
Yeah, because they're all about very slow advantage. So he's going to play Monarch Stormforth here. Okay. Okay. He just played it just so he could get a Trap in the Grave. Okay, so yeah, he managed to use Vanity's Emptiness, which, surprisingly, in this Monarch matchup, isn't that good. So the Prime Monarch actually summons itself back to the field as like a token, like a trap monster.
Right.
So obviously, the Emptiness is going to go ahead and stop that off.
So
but still, 28 damage isn't bad at all.
Yeah. But isn't Vanity's Emptiness... I mean, it's not super... Oh, no, actually, he's not locking himself out, because if he has to get rid of it, he can just play Raigeki.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not like he's just locking himself out of the game. Because we've seen that before.
Yeah, oh yeah. Definitely, especially during Necros format.
Yeah.
Where sometimes, you just needed prep or reinforcements of the army or something. So I think Marcello right now is just trying to think, okay, what do I just attack here?
I think he does.
I think he did, yeah.
Yep.
They're both.
So now we're down to 2,400 for Robert. Yep. That is like any Monarch.
That's any Monarch, yeah.
He's within range.
Within range, yeah.
He's within Monarch range now.
Zaborg would happily take those life points. Right. So yeah, I think at this point, Robert can just have any pilot.
Mm-hmm.
So any pilot whatsoever, or a Slip Rider, because he can tribute summon the Slip Rider.
Yeah. Marcello does have a Maxi, however, so even when Robert finds an opening, there's a very good chance that Marcello's just got to draw into more cards and eventually find a solution.
So let's see what Robert gets here. So he does have a tin can. Okay, this...
Ooh, this is one of the best possible draws, right?
This could sway very swiftly.
There is a little tin can. It reminds me a bit of a robot from this one big movie that I've seen around Christmas.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Glad you could share that Christmas spirit with us just now. I think I may have seen the same movie.
Yeah, I heard a couple of people have.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
let's see. Robert's kind of thinking about it, I guess.
There is the Raigeki, to get rid of his own Vanity's Emptiness.
There's only a one-way street right now.
Yeah, there's only one line of plays, really, right?
Mm-hmm. And the trouble with this is that Robert actually can't win right now and can't really do too much about the likes of Domain and Return of the Monarchs. He can't do much about those 2 cards because he really needs to just, get his monster on the field and get a big monster on the field as well.
Yeah.
So that's a trouble that he's going to have there. But he does have Tin Can and a Dark Destroyer, so we'll see. If the Tin Can can... Because he can double Tin Can with the cards he has right now.
Right.
Let me quickly explain that. So he can summon Tin Can, use Tin Can's effect, then the Dark Destroyer he already has in hand, he can banish the Tin Can, summon Dark Destroyer's effect, kill itself, and then, go ahead and get another Tin Can and do its effect again.
Yeah.
He can double Tin Can during the end phase.
How good is that?
I think that's really, really good, especially considering he has Call. I think
right.
But it depends on what gets picked off the first Tin Can. You see,
where he goes from there.
Yeah, so it depends. So let's see what he chooses here for this.
Well, so far so good. There is the first Tin Can. This is one of those situations where an effect veiler would be really good.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
No,
you just distributed it in response.
Effect veiler?
No, the tin can.
You can't affect the other tin can.
Why can't you?
Because well, you can't respond to its effect because it's an end phase. And even if you do...
I mean, before that, if you just use
even
it.
then you can just banish it and summon Dark Destroyer. But yeah, I guess Effect Veiler would stop one tin can.
At least it would stop the whole combo that you just described. Yeah.
Yes, it would, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, half the combo.
Yeah.
That's what I was
because you wouldn't get one
getting at,
surge.
But
anyway,
as we said, Maxi and Marcello found an emergency teleport off that Maxi, at least off that first special summon.
So this is the thing here. So Robert has to make this decision. I think he definitely has to destroy his own Dark Destroyer right now. There's no question about it. He has to go get Tin Can. He has to destroy his own Dark Destroyer, get a Tin Can, and it's really an issue because he's got teleport now. He can just teleport his blue Quantum card and then use Domain, tribute the blue Quantum card, summon one of his big monarchs. So the only disruption card that Rob has is Cosmojo and Call. So Call has to be, getting something with Tin Can.
It needs to be live, yeah.
Okay, so, Rob's decided to not really look too much into the future here. Oh, no, okay, I guess he could do that, yeah. So I just thought of another line of play. So he could Slip Rider right now, hit one of the Monarch cards, and then he can Cosmojo the blue Quantum that gets teleported in, and then call back the Slip Rider. Oh no, well, yeah, he'd use Slip Rider's effect, but yeah, anyway. But yeah, he can use Slip Rider multiple times during his turn.
Yeah.
During his opponent's turn. So he's going to Cosmojo now. Okay, so I think we're still in Robert's turn, actually.
Yeah, he just attacked.
Yep. So he's going to use Slip Rider's effect. So this is great. This is great now because he's going to be able to farm go.
So that's going actually...
Yeah, that's much better. I thought we were already in end phase.
So is this is basically better than the double Tin Can?
Yeah, this is better than double Tin Can, yeah.
Yeah.
However,
it's still not great.
He's playing all of this under Max C, so...
Yeah, he's still in a way with his back against the wall.
Yeah.
With so many cards and more of them to come in Marcello's hand.
Yeah, he has to play at least one more. So I think he's searching for Farm Girl now. So the ideal one would be Cosmo Town, because he can play Cosmo Town and get Dark Destroyer.
Yeah. He seems to agree.
Yeah.
All right.
And then we still got Call as well.
It's so interesting because, like, against a lot of other decks, this situation would be really favoring the Cosmos coming back from such a rough position.
Yeah, it's just
they were in, but under a Maxi and with so many cards in hand and the life points that are just like 1,100 at this point.
Yeah,
it doesn't really look good for Robert Smith.
No, not right now.
Okay, let's take a look at this massive hand of Marcello Barberi.
So he's got one Call. Call has got no targets right now, anyway. So Marcello's going to have to play through a Dark Destroyer. And that's it. I think it's just one Dark Destroyer that can disrupt this turn. So he's going to play the blue Quantum, Quantum's effect to get red Quantum, to get the red layer, sorry. That's what blue layer does when it's summoned. You can go get another Super Quant card from your deck. So Tenacity of Monarchs allows you to show your opponent a Monarch and then go and get a Monarch spell or trap. So yeah, so he's gonna be able to deal with this very easily. He can just storm forth his opponent, and then there's no question at all the way that this is gonna go. However, this does make it so that this is interesting. He's gonna be able to storm forth that. He's gonna tribute both. Or just tribute... because he domained it. However, he's going to be able to call Farm Girl if he does it quick enough, because otherwise Erebus's effect... Actually, I'm trying to think if Erebus's effect is when it's summoned.
Let's try and bring him up again.
It's got a lot of text.
Yeah, that's the bigger question. Are we got to be able to read this? Once per turn during either player's main phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can discard one more. This is not the effect we're talking about.
No, different one.
Yeah, it's such a long card text. It's so hard to make out the right part of it. But Marcello is still hard at work, tearing.
If it's tribute summoned, you can send
tearing
to
through the back row.
Yeah, so I was thinking along the lines of you could have called the Farm Girl back and then Dart Destroyed, but obviously he couldn't because Erebus was gonna sweep away the Call of the Haunted before he had a chance.
Okay, well, with a million cards in hand, Marcello Barbieri takes the first game.
Yeah.
Very good showing from him.
Yeah.
And, well, that is it. 1-0 for him. Both of these guys undefeated at this point.
Yeah. So let's have a look at their side decks now.
Yeah.
So straight away, let's look at the Monarch side deck.
We got 3 copies of Effect Veiler.
Yeah, so that's good. Not going to be much use in the Cosmo matchup because obviously it's, they can banish themselves and summon the other ships from their hand. Twin Twister might be useful.
Yeah, we got. This is probably Skill Drain. Abilita Resolutiva. I think it's basically like take your abilities away. Mystical Space Typhoons, Majesty's Fiend.
Very useful.
Yep. The Prime Monarch, Ghost Ogre, and Snow Rabbit. 2 copies of that. And that should be Skill Drain, although I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I don't think skill Drain would be really bad in Monarchs.
Well, it's Mystico something. It's, maybe Anti-Spell Fragrance?
Yeah.
But hard to tell.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get my translation.
I was expecting to see some system downs at least.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't fear that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you never really know.
Right, let's go and look at Robert Smith's side deck. So, what's he gonna see? So he's playing 2 Magic Deflectors and 3 Mask of Restricts, and 3 Twin Twisters. Now, this is all good stuff. He could put in. He's got like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9 cards that you'd want to put in against Monarchs. Obviously, you're not going to put them all in because that's going to reduce the consistency.
Skill.
Oh, okay.
There was a skill in there.
Yeah.
Just not the wrong one. Just not the right one.
Mystico.
That one with Mystico
name. Mystico. The Twin Twisters. Your Anti-Spell Fragrance is still good. Mask of Restrict really good. Magic Deflector. Really, really good.
So Abilita Resolutiva is actually Pifaraio? No, that's not it. Nope. That doesn't make any sense either. Okay. So you were saying about Robert's side deck.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cards in the side deck that he could be using here. So Magic Deflector, quite an unknown card. Was recently shown by, I think it was Jeff Jones who played it first. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that one. And it's one of those cards. It negates quite a lot, and on the surface is quite a strong card. It's very situational though, so it's a normal trap card, and you can just play it any time you want. And it says for the rest of the turn, negate all equip, field, continuous, and quick play spell card effects on the field.
Okay.
So Monarchs use almost all of their spells. A lot of their spells are continuous, or the field spell. So it covers quite a bit. Now, so Robert's opened really well here. He's got a tin can, and he's got a Mask of Restrict, and he's got a teleport, so he's going to be able to double tin can in the end.
It's definitely a lot better than what he had in the first game.
Oh yeah, he's going to be able to double tin can. And you got the DOG fighter. Yeah, so he adds DOG fighter to his hand. And those go to the graveyard. And then I think he's probably going to teleport in a second tin can. Or maybe not.
All right. And Marcello doesn't really have anything to interfere with the opening plays of Robert here, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't know why that tin can's not in his hand. I think he's... Okay, he just wanted to end phase. Oh, maybe he just draw phase. Yes, a draw phase DOG fighter. So this is what I was talking about. So DOG fighter, during the standby phase, produces a token of itself, pretty much, without its effect, just a token. Oh, this is really exciting. This is actually the first time I've seen the token that got given out at this event. And I just realized that I really want one. That looks really cool.
Yeah.
Really, really cool.
Yeah, it's got the colors that match the colors of the European Championship, because every year the European Championship is following some certain color code.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's shiny, by the way.
Yeah, I really want one now. I have to go find one.
All right.
So.
Very good opening for Robert.
Yeah, and Mask of Restrict.
Mask of Restrict, yeah. It's a Monarch Floodgate.
Yeah.
It's just funny because, like, a deck that tribute summons monsters can hardly be called as something that floods the field, because typically that means one monster per turn.
Yeah.
Floodgates used to be cards that help against something that says, okay, I summon a bunch of monsters all in the same turn.
So before I start going on a really intricate story about how you can get around this, I'm going to talk straight away about Twin Twisters and how Twin Twisters can just be used to get rid of Mask of Restrict.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. So I'm not going to talk about the huge play that he could make to summon Erebus. He's going to use Twin Twisters and deal with that Mask of Restrict. However, he could do that. he could use Erebus.
Okay.
Somehow.
So, what do you think about the chicken game in the Monarch deck?
Yeah, it just speeds it up a little bit. I think he's played well there. A lot of people sometimes spend too much time thinking, okay, what can I put in my deck? Whereas nowadays we do have options to just be like, well, just put chicken game and terraforming.
Yeah.
Terra game. I nearly called it Terra game. Chicken games and terraforming. Just put those in. Shrinks your deck by a few more cards. If you're playing Upstart Goblin as well, it's even better. So he's actually shrunk his deck by 2 terraformings, 2 chicken games, and 3 Upstart Goblins. That's a total of 7 cards.
Yeah.
Shrinking your deck down to 33 cards.
It makes a big difference. Relatively speaking, we're like looking at almost 20%.
Yeah, it's really good. And what's great about that is that, so this play he's making now with the blue layer again, so shrinking his deck and then being able to put cards like blue layer in, which act as all your targets forever for emergency teleport.
Right.
You're just really tightening the cards that you play. So, I think Marcello here, he's definitely thought about this. He's not just done this blindly. He's really thought about the way that Monarchs are weak in the way that they sometimes don't get great hands. And he's really thought about that and just thought, oh, how can I make this not happen as much as possible?
Right, there is the Twin Twister.
Called it this time.
Yeah. Went for the easy plan.
Yep, the easy plan. So he's got a chicken game that he's probably going to get rid of for Domain. Domain's going to reduce the level of Erebus. Erebus is going to be tribute summoned using the blue layer, all after he's played Return of the Monarchs. He may even storm forth the DOG fire as well, just for the sake of it. He gets to keep that blue layer as well, which would be nice. And then Erebus can, really get his game going here by putting some of the spells and traps of the Monarchs to the graveyard.
So despite the great opening by Robert, it seems like Marcello is fighting back into this.
Yeah, really is.
Do you think he's going to be ahead at the end of his turn?
I think so, but at the same time, so the play that I was talking about during Robert's turn, he didn't go with. So he's retained some of his resources in his hand, which is quite a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to keep that teleport, so it's,
let's take a look at it again.
Go get Tin Can or
Slip Rider, Good Witch, teleport.
Yeah, but at the same time, again, this is something that obviously those guys can't see because they can't see each other's hands. But it's really, really interesting to see. So like Marcello here could have gone all out here and Monarch Stormforced his opponent's monster away and all this, but he's not. He's retaining those resources.
Yeah.
And it's fabulous to see.
Kind of interesting because you said before he's going for a very aggressive Monarch strategy, but he's not playing it that aggressively. At least not all the time.
Yeah, he knows when it's time to switch on the jets.
Yeah, he really picks his fights carefully. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And what's even better, so he's been able to go and search Ether out with the Return of the Monarchs, so that he can go ahead and set that Monarch Stormforth, and then he can disrupt his opponent's plays. He can just take one of his opponent's cards and use Ether with it.
Excellent mastery of the Monarch deck by Marcello Barberi. Not that surprising.
Absolutely.
Knowing Marcello.
Yeah.
And actually, Italy seems to be it is the second most represented country in this tournament.
Yeah.
Unlike last year, where we did have a couple of Germans, this year they came out, quite a few came out with 300, more than 360.
Yeah.
But I gotta give credit to the guys from these various countries that decided to come to the YCS. 246 players from other countries. That's like quite something.
Yeah. So your country sat at the top there with Germany with 364 players. 85 players from the United Kingdom. That's quite a lot of players, to be honest.
All right.
So we see Robert here trying to recover from this situation.
Yeah, there's a Cosmo
There's the
Town
Cosmo
in
Town.
play.
Yep, so he's going to use Cosmo Town to get his tin can back to his hand. That just gives him an extra pilot to be used with the ships that he's going to search. Oh, actually, he's going to put it back with Cosmo Town. That makes sense. So he doesn't want to see those in his hand. He's obviously got a different set of players in his mind. And he's going to go right out there, and then he's going to be able to draw 2 fresh cards from his deck.
He's got a Dark Hole now. And another DOG fighter.
Yep, so he may have... Oh, was he playing more than one DOG fighter?
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering.
Ah, maybe he added DOG fighter back with Cosmo Town.
Cosmo Town, yeah. Yeah, he must have.
Yeah, because otherwise it'd have been Tin Can, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Cool.
right.
Glad we realised that. I saw the Tin Can disappear and thought he'd got the Tin Can, to be honest. So we're going to see the play that I thought was going to be made with Aether.
Marcello's just checking his graveyard again for the second time.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the way that Ether's worded, even if Robert chains Goodrich's effect to Ether's effect, he still gets to tribute the card he summons. Let's have a quick check of the wording on Ether.
In any way, in any case, it did hit the field.
Okay, so he's just let the Goodrich. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. I'll look that up. So yeah, he's going to get another Ether. So the cool thing about this is that Ether's effect is that in the end phase, the monster that you summoned with it comes back to your hand, so you've always got one. You just keep getting the same one again. And
Marcello's really unloading here.
Yes, absolutely.
And there's not much missing in terms of damage on the field to wrap things up for good.
No, definitely not. He's he's struggling with cards in his hand, however.
Yeah. But when you control the field completely, well, I'm going to eat my words. The Dark Hole just changed that.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the Dark Hole.
So suddenly Marcello did go all in a way. He did not hold on to his resources any longer.
Yeah.
Get punished for that.
Yeah. So I think he did get to search with Return of the Monarchs. So he got an Erebus. And he seems to have another Monarch Stormforth in his hand as well.
Yeah. Monarch deck is not one of these decks that tends to perform exceptional with very few cards.
No.
Unlike Cosmo can actually do that. Like,
if you
all
have
you need sometimes is one tin can.
Yeah, or a Cosmo Town.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he teleported in the tin can here. He's going to search for these 3 cards. It's actually going to be really good if he manages to get Slippy. It doesn't. He gets Forerunner. Banishes the tin can for the DOG fighter again. Deja vu.
Very much so. Marcello's not quite done that.
No, he's not done. So yeah, he's going to be able to get a token here. But we're going to see Monarchs. I think so he's not going to be able to win right now. But I think it would be pretty decent for Marcello if he managed to summon Airbus using the DOG fighter as a tribute fodder, then spin away Cosmo Town, and then that would leave Robert with just one big ship in his hand. And just not much to do about it.
Right.
So it gives him the Stormforth. Strange.
You disagree with that decision?
Well, I guess it didn't really matter. Because I don't know whether did he add one earlier? That's probably why. Because you can only use once per turn. But I don't think it matters in this particular situation.
Right.
So he tributes the DOG fighter, so that completely stops its effect going off because it gets tributed, it's not destroyed. And now Airbus's effect is going to trigger when it's tribute summoned, and I think he's going to try and get rid of that Cosmo Town.
Yep, that worked too.
Yeah, so that's actually a big thing, getting rid of that Cosmo Town, because that allows any future players by Robert to just be stopped. So let's start thinking about what does Robert actually need to draw here. I think a Cosmo Town actually is going to be what he needs, or potentially Call of the Haunted push. But definitely Cosmo Town is going to be most useful.
Right. It's not his turn yet, though.
Nope.
Marcello might be going to town here.
Yeah. But not Cosmo Town.
Nope. Definitely not.
He's wrecking the place.
Yeah, he's on a destruction derby.
Yeah.
All right.
Just think if you'd have seen this field and told a Monarch player about 10, 12 years ago when Monarchs were out, they'd be attacking with trap cards. They'd call you crazy.
Yeah, but most things would do that.
Yeah.
I think the same is true, for example, for mermaids or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a fair point.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Marcello's field. Just to remind you guys, Domain of the Underworld, Return of the Monarchs, those are 2 face-up cards. No, sorry. Yes, yeah, that is actually correct. Then we got Prime Monarch, but everything is changing again now.
Yeah.
And I think this time Robert is actually, he ran out of removal.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we saw...
I mean, he didn't have any. He doesn't have anything in his hand right now, but I think there's like next to nothing that he can draw.
No, I don't think so.
He's got rid of the Raigeki in this game.
I think Cosmo Town would be okay to draw, just because he can at least keep on going. Whereas, like, yeah, okay, I think he just called it there.
Yeah, that's it. All right, he sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
The writing is Marcello Barberi remains undefeated in today's event.
Yeah.
4-0 for the big bearded Italian.
Yeah, wow, that was real mastery shown there.
Good job. And you can tell he doesn't even flinch.
No.
Marcello's like, yeah, this is business as usual. Get used to it.
Yeah.
All right. You talked to him prior to the match, right?
Yeah, I was talking to him prior, and he was telling me about how, you know, he's always quite a noble's not the right word. I can't think of what the right word is. He's never you know, all show it off.
Oh, no. He's not a show off.
He's not a show off. He's always
very friendly guy.
Yeah.
You can ask him anything. He's gonna tell you what he thinks.
Yeah, he's always saying like, oh, I didn't you know, oh, I don't think I'm very good with this deck or whatever.
No,
he's always saying that.
Always. Oh, really? I think he's always pretty confident. Well, and he says, "I don't know how it goes," or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's never like all the way showing off, but he's never like completely, oh, I'm not going to win anything.
Right.
He's usually confident going into it, but he's always willing to admit when he thinks that he's not confident with a particular deck. He said to me he didn't have much practice with this deck, but
it's also a nice character trait.
Yeah, it's Marcello. What do you want? He's gonna.
He's a stand-up guy. Yeah.
Take a deck and just play it.
All right. What questions are you gonna ask him?
So I'm definitely gonna ask him about the you know, using the quantums instead of, you know, relying on IDOS and IDEA.
He's probably gonna have some good explanations for that.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe telling us about something of his practicing experiences.
Yeah, just his routines and, you know, I can't remember if he was at Prague last year. We can always ask him about that. It's one of my favorite questions asking people.
Yeah.
They enjoyed Prague last year.
And he's done quite well at the last few events as well.
Yeah.
Always very much at the top of the standings. So let's see what his goals for this weekend were and what he was expecting. Yeah. All right. I think time has been called in the main event in the rest of the field. So we used all of those 40 minutes for our match, just like these guys did for their matches.
Yeah.
Last round we did have an investigation, so everything took a little longer, like almost 40 minutes roughly between rounds.
Yeah.
So I think we still have enough time to conduct this interview.
Yeah.
I'll leave this one up to you.
Yeah.
Because you and Marcello, I think you guys got great chemistry, got a good thing going, talking about strategy. With that, we're going to be right back with the interview with winner of this round, 4 undefeated Marcello Barberi.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to now's the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to do.